I'm gonna wait. Shit, what is it? Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and delete that too.
Weird. Okay, wait, why you...
Let me turn the headset on. Starting stream early. Did I pick the right one? I did. I did pick the right one. Starting stream early. Let me go ahead and rush this.
I came to stream because hella people come and stream. I don't have, hey, listen, chat.
What's up, Nora?
Anybody that like that is cool, but I don't do that. They be all freaked out and shit and doing all that. Hold on, don't talk shit about anime. Nah, that.
She said they be all freaked out. That shit crazy because you can watch and indulge in any media and be a freak. What about all the women that be reading them crazy ass books? Right? What about the niggas who play video games? They don't even watch anime. They just play video games. What about them weirdos? Them overindulgent weirdos. You can do anything and be a freak. What about the furry niggas? I heard furries is wild. You can be a furry and be a freak. I don't know why anime got such a bad stigma. I'm not understanding it.
No, because that you want to watch it, you could just go watch something else. You gotta read the subtitles and they making hella, unless you know it.
She wrong again. She don't know about dub. All the cartoons and shit niggas used to watch, they came in different languages too. They voiced over it. Different language.
I don't like reading.
But I don't mind.
I think something wrong with her. She can watch it in English.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. The mouthing looks off and
Like he said, she can watch it in English.
I don't. Someone maybe my first boyfriend. He was like a terrible ass. This was like my freshman year of college.
College.
He's the one that ruined it. That's why. Yeah, I just.
So now we generalizing everybody based off one bad experience. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And who knows how old she is? I don't even know this lady. Who knows how old she is? But if it's college, let's just say she actually graduated. College is 4 years like high school. That's freshman year. If we want to give her the barest of bare minimums, that was at least 3-4 years ago. Lock in, gang.
He just a lame. So then he watched anime, so I just think it's lame.
See, this is exactly why we need to gatekeep anime and anime spaces, because I'm asking the same question. Why are you there? And I get it. DreamCon isn't only about anime, but saying that is like saying you're going to a football game for a hot dog and then calling everybody who's wearing a jersey weird.
Facts, but also, I'm sorry if I'm smacking in the mic. DreamCon isn't just about anime, but it's also indulgence in other fictional media. Like this year, they had a contest or I think they had like a questionnaire guessing game. Not to mention all the cosplays that people do that outside of just anime. There's also cartoons and things like that. Like one of the dudes in the crowd was Powerline. One of the dudes in the crowd was Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So DreamCon isn't about solely anime. Yes, it's the foundational aspect of DreamCon because it's literally black people, black nerds, and Dylan, who like anime, but then they also watch other cartoons like Kim Possible, like American Dragon, Jake Long, like the Boondocks, right? And I think last year they literally had the voice actor that played Tom and Stinkmeaner. And then they also had last year the dude who voiced Uncle Ruckus. So, and then this year, again, fictional media, so it's not even just cartoons. They had like 4 or 5 different Black Power Rangers at DreamCon this year. They had the dude from SBD. I think they had Aisha, the black girl. Um, I think they had the original Black Ranger, and they might have had two more. I don't remember them, but it's a space for black people to indulge in fictional media, right? To come together as a community. What's up, Rainbow? To indulge in media that they enjoy that's usually based in fiction, right? And it doesn't have to be animated because even shit like Harry Potter, regardless of if it's the book or the movies, it's fiction, right? So to go to DreamCon, say you don't like anime, even though it's a foundational aspect, it's kind of crazy. But then you make it also seem like fictional media as a whole just gets a bad stigmatism, which is weird because even regular media is weird. Like I see all the time people are like they clown anime, but bitches watch Love Island. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy. It's crazy. Let me play the video
The
though.
main attraction is the football game. Just like at DreamCon, the main attraction is anime. And it'd be one thing if she said it's not her favorite, but she's interested and open-minded to it. But no, she said it as such. She was trying to clown people for liking it. And if you were an anime fan before the great anime shift, you know exactly how she said it. With the exact tone and cadence and exact words. Somebody found out that you like anime in class, and that's exactly how they would say it. And this exact same thing happened last year or the year before, and y'all didn't learn. Why do y'all keep going to these spaces for clips and views? There's so many other places that you can go, but you want to go to an anime space just to call anime fans weird. Like, bruh, go home. You paid money to be there. This is 100% a voluntary decision that you decided to do yourself. You don't have to go. Nobody forced you. If you think it's weird, why'd you even show up in the first place?
I'm gonna try and let some of the rest of the video play.
We interrupt this program to bring you
the truth about Cameron Levine. So guys, in case you don't know who this is actually Zach Levine's sister, Cameron. And well, she doesn't really have one athletic bone in her body, so that's not why she's known. And months ago, she dated the streamer T Banks at one point, but then messed that up because, well, she wanted to be for the streets and talk to other dudes on the side.
Everything was going good at this point. Nothing was bad. I see a hickey on her neck. I asked her, where the fuck did she get that hickey from? Because I have not seen you in a week. She sat right there, played dumb, and said, oh, no, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about on her phone, didn't want to look at me. She finally breaks and tells me that she's seen a whole nother guy. And that happened while I was telling her on the phone how much I wanted her to be my girlfriend. It gets worse. She was texting her ex back and forth while...
I've heard this story on Instagram. I've seen some of this clip on Instagram. I did not know it was about her.
In my bed while sleeping over while we would be out on dates. Her ex was texting her phone and she was texting her ex back and forth. I had my ex blocked. She would sleep over, she would wake up, first thing to do is she would see if her ex texted her, she would text him back paragraphs. She got mad at me because I unblocked my ex because my ex wanted to apologize for everything she was doing on the internet. Mind you, she was
Why did the
texting
audio
her
just
ex
do
at
that?
my
That was
house.
crazy.
It gets worse. The same week that she met this guy, she went and had a conversation with her ex at a restaurant on the same street. I ended up finding out that that cracked her calls her phone because he found out that she lost her car and wanted to make sure she was okay. All in the same day.
And I guess she got the idea that if she can be on camera like him, that she can now be a streamer. And she recently went to RDC World's DreamCon, which is supposed to be a big convention for like anime, superheroes, video games, and all that good stuff, for people who are into that, especially for, black people. And as you just heard there,
fictional media.
she went there with the only intent to basically just clip farm and probably collab with other streamers. Mind you, the whole point of this convention is supposed to be like a safe space for people who are into that stuff and not be like made fun of for that or be called, as she just said, weird, which proves actually why this was made in the first place, for people who are into that stuff and not people like her, because she's only there because she knows a whole bunch of black creators are going to probably be there and that's it. She's not there for the actual good experience. And this is one of those reasons I don't like RL streamers, because she's strictly just there, just again, like I said, clip farm and just get some views because she can say she was there. And then on top of that, she brings Julian Newman's sister Jade in there as well. And as you heard in that conversation between her and that guy, she basically said anime's weird and I'm not into that stuff. Okay, I'm fine with that, but again, it's like, why are you there then? Because wouldn't that make you the real weirdo, since you're there knowing there's gonna be people into anime there? Wouldn't that actually make you the weirdo? So you really just put up to the convention just for cloud and vibes. Okay. And then she's gonna use the excuse of, well, I don't like reading. You do realize one of the problems in the black community that people assume is that a lot of black people can't read in general, right? Have you not seen that famous clip of Rakai reading?
But it can all spark to make a strong artwork. That's how I would define the sneaker equation. I would say these sneakers have gone through.
And she also said that her boyfriend watched it and she thought he was lame for that.
My first boyfriend, he was like a terrible ass. This is like my, freshman year of college. Yeah. He's the one that ruined it. That's why. Yeah, he just a lame.
All right, 3:30. New subject, new subject. We're not even gonna talk about it no more. Okay, wait, hold on. He said, I'm gonna answer your question real quick, Rainbow. He said, clowning on anime and watching Love Island is crazy. You speaking facts, brother. If I was I need to get on my Kaizen actually and learn how to dual stream on YouTube and Twitch. If I was if I had a girl, I probably watch Love Island with her, but like but I wouldn't like that's just not something like dudes are watching. And then the concept of what it is kind of crazy, especially because I've seen discussions about it being almost like softcore porn. So it's like, especially like certain interactions and shit, right? So, you know, he says same bitch would. I'm assuming it's supposed to say go clubbing on shit on married folks and good couples. He funny. Thought I opened CapCut. I didn't. I don't like reading, yet read texts from Simpson X's. Hilarious. Were Kai reading a book like it needed to have him speak up? All right, Rainbow. So that video was it was sparked by a clip of the girl in the video going to DreamCon, an anime and fictional media related convention hosted by the YouTube group RDC, and she was saying anime is weird, right? But that sparks a question of, if you think it's weird, why are you there? And then the grander question that comes about it, or I should say discussion that comes about from that, is people don't like IRL streamers. Why didn't this save? People don't like IRL streamers because they go to places that's not for them, or isn't, a place they would actually want to be. They're simply just there to stream, right? Nigga like me, if I ever IRL streamed, I'm at a place that I want to be at, and I'm not at a place that's not catered to me. Why would I go to Pride Parade? I'm not a part of the LGBTQ community. Why would I ever go to a Pride Parade? That's the type of thing they would do. They would be, I say I'm generalizing, but I don't really mean to. That's the idea though. Like, they would just be in places that they normally just wouldn't be, right? That's like me going to, what's a place I just wouldn't go to? Or essentially just indulging in things that you wouldn't indulge in if you didn't do such and such thing, right? Like, I have no reason to be at a pride parade. I have no reason to be like if I went to a political rally, right? I'm barely a political person already, but if I went to a political rally just to stream, regardless of what side of the fence I sat on, I'm simply there just to stream. And then I tell people, the politicians or such and such thing is odd or weird, right? Or like going to like that's like the same thing as like people who go to comedy clubs to like heckle the comedian, right? When they don't like like the comedian's jokes. Like, why are you at a comedy club or at a place where this person is trying to make you laugh, and if you're not having a good time, why are you still there? You can leave. So it's like, why are you going to a place or a space that you know you wouldn't be at regularly, right? So that's the kind of grander question that comes about it, but they related to IRL streamers specifically because that's the type of things they can do. There are video evidence of people who do IRL streams in places that they just normally wouldn't be in. Nigga like me, if I ever, Streamer University is happening right now in current time. We can even just pull up we can just pull up Kai stream right now, just for the sake of conversation before I get out of it, before we get to the main subject, because I really want to lock in. Kai and these people over here are IRL streamers. We can just, oh, y'all can't see. Sorry. These are IRL streamers, right? Like Isabella, oh, she's fucked up. Let's look at Yana. Like, these are the people, and again, I'm generalizing, but in the sense for the sake of the point, right? These are the people who film themselves in public places doing things, right? Whether they're at a party, whether they're at like Disney World, right? That's what these people do, right? If you ever saw me do this, and I'd probably be interested in going to streamer university, like let's just say like it happened next year or a couple years from now, I would be pretty interested in this, right? Because I'm now seeing more of what the opportunities can be and what they can amount to, right? Especially if you interact with the right people. But I would not be doing this in a space or in a place that I wouldn't be at regularly, right? If I started IRL streaming, you would not see me all of a sudden at car meets unless I'm actively telling the audience, which is y'all, that I'm trying to get into cars, right? If I'm going to a car meet, I might be with somebody who likes cars, but I wouldn't make it about myself. I would make it about what the people there are doing. And I would probably try and focus it on like somebody like my cousin, right? Who actually is into cars. I get you. That would be like going to streaming university and getting mad when you're being filmed. Exactly. And I was talking to my homegirl about streaming university as a whole, because like, while I do like the idea of the opportunities, that it can present, I'm not sure how I'd feel about just being in a room where everybody has a camera. Like everybody has a camera. Like obviously you go out in public and there's cameras everywhere. You're probably being recorded and you don't even really know. You don't even really realize. But like in a room where you're just socializing or where you're trying to learn something or you're just having a good time at a party. Like I saw last night, they were at a pool and like at a certain point, everybody had like a camera or like a tripod or something at the edge of the pool to like film and show themselves for their stream, right? I get why they're doing it, but I don't think that's my lane. Like, I don't think I would want to do that. I'd rather do something else or do something different, right? I don't want to be one camera in a crowd of cameras, right? I'm not saying I want to be the biggest camera. I just don't want to be one camera in a crowd of cameras where you're not really a main factor, right? Like another person, they were like hosting a sort of like a what is it called? It was like a fighting club, like or like a fight ring, right? He had organized fights, and these people were showing up to just box, right, for like 30 seconds. And the room they were already in was really small, but on top of that, again, it's just a room full of people filming this like scene, but none of the people or most of the people in that room aren't really filming themselves or are hardly relevant to what's going on in that room. So it's like I get wanting people to show up to like make it seem more important because if you weren't filming and this was something else, you would kind of want it like that anyway. But to be in a room full of cameras like that and you're not a sort of main factor, I just wouldn't want to do that, right? I would rather try and do something else, right? I try and collab with other streamers in other ways, right? So I probably wouldn't IRL stream, or if I did, it would be with a very specific purpose, right? It'd be more clear. I don't want to be one camera in a room full of cameras doing meaningless things, right? And I'm not saying that streamer university and what they're doing and those people in that room are meaningless and they have no value. I'm just saying that the people who became more relevant in that room at that time were the people who actually decided to fight each other, right? The people who actually decided to put gloves on, right? And get their like little 30 seconds, couple rounds of like doing things, right? Those are the people who had a slightly more relevance in that moment, right? Whereas everybody else was kind of just there, right? And if it's not a party, I guess like if it's not a party in that sort of sense, it's it's kind of like why are you there? Like like why are you there? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But that's that. And the only reason I want to talk about that, I'm already overstepping, is because I wanted to I was eating food and I just wanted to I saw that and I wanted to look at it before I started the stream, like officially. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure chat broke and y'all can't even hear the background music anymore. So let me go ahead and change that. Uh we just gonna turn this CapCut audio. This should be playing right there. In season. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna try and be here for a solid 2 hours. I'm gonna read these last little comments. Um, It's like a gay bar. I've actually been to a gay bar, but it was basically the only option we had. I'm not gonna lie. It was basically the only option we had to go drinking. Plus, it was very close. It was basically our only option. But the bar was basically empty. It was basically empty. It was just me and my brother and his friends, right? It was pretty much empty. Like there weren't a lot of people in there. I had like 3 shots. Those shots were big as hell too. Anyway, that was one of those Saturdays I couldn't stream because I was with my brother. It's a word for this type of subject, but I can't think of it right now, but it makes sense. I get you. That's like this one person who made content on baking as a baker, yet hates cooking and baking. What the hell? Just trying to start engagement farms along with prank YouTubers. Yeah. I get you. That would be like going to Stream University. All right, I read that one. Uh, I always been in my own lane and zone type of guy. Actual factuals. I tell people, and I talked to my cousin about streaming. This is a different cousin. Or I should say I tell people when it comes to YouTube that I found my own lane, I found my own niche, right? And that's what people need to do. And then you can branch out from there. Because the people who are gonna come to you are gonna come to you for that niche. And the people who are gonna stay around are gonna stay around for you. And then when you do things that are interesting, they're going to want to see those things, which is what y'all do, right? Y'all came to me for Ordeal, right? And then y'all saw my personality, y'all saw how I interacted, y'all saw how I talked, and y'all decided to stay around when I did more Ordeal stuff, right? Like the streams, and I've done editing live for Ordeal. And then when I did other shit, whether it be gaming, whether it be read-alongs, whether it be this editing, whether it be scripting, y'all show up, right? Because it's not just the content, it's also the content creator. And a lot of people don't know that, and a lot of people don't know how to properly transition those things because a lot of people are boring. I'm sorry to say it, bro. Yes, everybody can have their own lane because that's what Streamer University basically shows you, but to have your own lane and to maintain it are two different things. If I go, and I was telling my homegirl this, if I go to Streamer University and I see all the opportunities and I see everything that I can learn and I take it and I don't do anything with it, that's on me, right? But if I go there, I do what I have to do, I built the proper connections, I set myself apart. Now I have created my own lane. I have created my own way of doing things, which I'm already doing, right? But we don't gotta talk about that no more. Let's go ahead and lock in on this editing. The goal by the end of like maybe 2 hours, finish all of this. Finish all of this. So let me go ahead and really lock in. I'm gonna not try and complain about it either. I'm not trying to complain. I ate, so I got a little bit of fuel. I'm talking a lot because I had an energy drink as well. Shout out Wendy's. Now we can talk about Vayal and Sabito, right? And their fight, which is another thing I want to see in season 4. All right, let's go ahead. Break that up. Let me breathe, bro. I talk too fast. I'm out of breath. I'm just sitting down. Makes me feel fat. In season 4. It feels rude against fat people. I don't be trying to be politically correct either. But like, sorry. There's a couple reasons I want to see it. There's a couple reasons I want to see it, but there's also like a way it could be done to where it makes sense. But this is just another thing where I feel like if it's not okay, I can go ahead and break all this up because I don't think I'm going to show any of this. It doesn't really make sense to have the visual in the background. And go ahead and get rid of that. Speaking of streamer use, since I am editing and I have a little bit of time to converse with the people, I'm thinking the reason I stream isn't the reason other people stream. I don't stream to make I guess I don't stream with the intent of making a living off of it. That's what the YouTube videos specifically are for, right? I stream to provide extra content to people who have nothing to watch or who want to watch more of me, right? So with that being said, and with me being a little later, unless a little inspired by streaming university, I think I might just stream a little bit more. I already have the guaranteed streams of Tuesday and Saturday. Some events are gonna come up within like the next couple weeks, like the next few weeks, where I won't be able to stream on the normal days, but I will be just simply altering the days I stream by like one day. And then I think next week, I mean, I'm gonna make it similar to this week, and I'm just gonna stream most of the week, right? I might not stream Monday, but we'll see. Um, but I will be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure Thursday next week. I just don't have it set because I don't like to overcrowd the channel with like uh the the visuals of the live stream, you know. And the reason I'm thinking about that is because I watched Ludwig talk to one of the streamers at Streamer University. I think her name is Isabella with a Y at the end or at the start. If it's not explored now, it's not gonna matter later unless I guess basically unless it does, right? Let me get a proper image. Okay. And so he was talking about like streaming hours. Actually, I think he was talking to somebody else. Never mind. I think her name is Kiera. What should I do? He was talking about streaming hours and how much you stream, right? And so let's do like I want to stream more because as of right now, I don't have a lot going on when I'm not working, right? And then again, like I think I said yesterday or the day before, streaming like this and specifically allows me to let's do like kind of keep a better schedule and yeah, here should be good. Okay. And do the things that I'm supposed to do in a way that kind of holds myself accountable without like asking other people to hold me accountable, right? Or feeling shame that I'm not doing what I could be doing, right? When I have all this free time, right? So and then on top of that, I'm able to get that extra bit of content, that extra bit of insight, regardless of what the subject is when we, you know, get into these discussions, right? It's just extra stuff there, right? Eventually, I think I'm gonna do like all the streams I have, and like specifically when Ordeal comes back, I'm a private it and make it all for members. But I'll still try and stream when I can, like during the weeks, right? And then I'll probably keep some of those streams up until, you know, like maybe like the season ends or something like that, right? But the idea is just to have extra content for people to view if they want to, if they so please, right? And I really think the read-alongs is one of the things that people are enjoying. I don't see a lot of people comment on the videos, like or the VODs when they're posted, but the views relatively speak for themselves. They're consistent numbers. So I guess basically unless it does, right? Do you know what's crazy? Or later, wait, Junie I first thought was a dude with makeup. The only reason why I came up with the conclusion, I was not paying attention to the name nor the face. I blame bleach. That's funny. It's not gonna matter. Oh, like Yumi Chika. I thought Yumi Chika was a girl too, so I kind of understand. Or later, unless I guess basically unless it does, right? Okay, let me also take a drink of water real quick. Links. That nigga said I thought Junie was a dude. Be Brent's editor for season 4. I mean, I'm only trying to improve the series in a way that feels like they only benefit me. Okay, I'm glad. Okay, I don't need any of this. Can we get to the subject, please? This reader specifically, right? And no. Now, of course, this is a sort of. Hold on. Now, of course, this is a sort of. Now, yes, I want to see Veal versus Sabito, but I'm not simply saying I want to. Now, of course, this is a sort of. Now, yes, I want. I don't really want to keep any of this in. Link said, so what I'm hearing is you should be Brent's editor for season 4. I don't really want to keep that in. But I'm not simply saying I like Sabito. We have, like I said in the review, we have through season 1 that they're not just for Vega. Sabito is like can fight Lewis, and Lewis can contend with him in depth. Realize that he can kind of replicate. He was just gonna die without. Okay, so what I want to start somewhere right here. Wait, yeah, I do it because I love it. Simple as that. Granted, I don't know if people enjoy my editing streams. That's how I feel too. I mean, because the idea is just to give The idea has always been to give people an extra thing to watch, right? Something extra that they can view, especially if they're paying for it, right? Shout out all my channel members. But I know that's not the focal point of what the channel is, right? It's not the focal point. But if I can bring more people in and people eventually do come in, I would love for them to have more things to view, more reasons to stay on my channel, more reasons for them to stay around and stay subscribed, right? And I think right now I'd probably say the biggest thing is read-alongs, bro. Like the read along is just fun. Like it was kind of slow at the start, but like as I'm getting towards that middle and end section, I'm enjoying it a lot more, right? I'm not simply saying I want to see it because I like Sabito. No. We have, like I said in the review, okay. Yes, not gonna matter later unless I guess basically unless it does, right? Yes, I want to see Veal versus Sabito, but I'm not simply saying I want to see it because I like Sabito. No. We have, like I said in the review, we have. I'm gonna start it right here. I'm gonna cut that out and I'm gonna start it right here. Basically, unless it does, right? We have, like I said in the review, we have about 6 mentions through season 1 and season 2 that suggest that their fight is a pretty relevant thing, not just for Vayal, but almost in the verse, right? Okay, that's pretty good. I think this is a good starting point because it starts the subject off basically, and then I just cut out all that like extra filler audio I didn't really want to have in the video. And this is like, even though it's a segue from that, it's a good start in and of itself without that extra audio, right? Without that prior context, right? And season 2 that suggests that their fight is a pretty relevant thing. I'm locked in, chat, man. I'm locked in. Streaming basically all week. Probably gonna try and do the same next week. Um, I got scheduled a lot more the week after, so who knows how many days I'll stream, but I know I'm streaming still Tuesday, Saturday. It's like seemingly one of the few characters who can put up a decent fight against Vayal. Even a weakened Vayal can fight Lewis, and Lewis can contend. So it's kind of like, I'm not really doing anything. Why not? Why not simply do something and then it's like hitting two birds with one stone, basically. I do a task that I was gonna have to do anyway, and I complete another thing passively as well through just simply making extra content, right, for somebody to view, right? Who knows, like, who knows when somebody might want something extra to watch, right? If Lewis didn't realize that, and then on top of that, who knows what I do could inspire somebody to do something else, right? Um, I always try to make it clear that the reason I even started my channel was because I watched one video from Nara and I realized if he can do it, I can do it too, right? And I started my channel and I've grown so much since the very start. And I'm so thankful, so grateful. Praise God that I'm even able to do this, right? That I had this opportunity. And I want to take it as far as I can go. And who knows what I do on my channel will lead other people to do, right? Who knows what I say could lead other people to do more positively, because I'm not sure who would take what I say negatively and then, like, I don't know, try and twist it or anything like that. But in a positive sense, who knows what I do could help inspire somebody, right? Didn't realize that he can kind of replicate the effect that they all did. He was just gonna die without really doing anything meaningful. Can kind of replicate the effect that they all did. This is a pretty decent point. of it, if Lewis didn't realize that he can kind of replicate the effect that they all did, he was just gonna die without really doing anything meaningful, right? He was simply going to die as another person who couldn't beat Vayal. However, that's actually so true though. Like he was really just gonna die as another person who couldn't beat Vayal. And it makes sense because Vayal is who he is, right? But Lewis was able to learn at the tail end of his life something new, the same way he was able to learn something new basically at the still start of his life when he was 17, and then apply it so that yes, he still dies, but he doesn't die meaningless at all. He dies very, very purposefully. Die as another person who couldn't beat Vayal. However, shout out Lewis. I don't understand Lewis hate, bro. People who hate Lewis, I'm just not understanding. Like, how do you still hate Lewis? Like, he got one of the best spotlights in season 3. He probably has the best spotlight in season 3. How do you hate that? He only has one out of every Lewis moment in season 3, he has one bad episode that I feel is just objectively bad in comparison to all his other episodes. Outside of that, however, Lewis was finally able to kind of achieve that status and be almost, even though they always probably pick can't understand it. That status, even though they all and be almost, even though that season 2 fit his wife. Even though they all was probably
kind of
pissed off
corny a
about
little
it,
bit
they
still.
all
Corny thinking, like, got him for his fit, but he's still doing more than anybody else in the series. More than most of these
even
niggas.
though they all was probably pissed off about it, they all can kind of recognize Lewis as, a good able to kind of achieve that status. Lewis was finally able to kind of achieve that status, even though
I'll cut that part out.
that status, even though they all was probably pissed off about it, they all can kind of recognize Lewis as, a good contender for the level he was at because Lewis put up a decent fight, right?
Hopefully I'll bring this back to Sabito properly. Let's see what I say. Shout out Sabito, Mr. Ore, man. Look at him. Just ore farming.
Contender for the level he was at because Lewis put up a decent fight. And Lewis was able to permanently damage him in a way that not a lot of characters probably can, right?
W emphasis on the and. W emphasis.
Right? And Lewis was able to permanently damage him in a way that not a lot of characters probably can, right?
Lewis will forever be the back out bandit, but the only disrespect he get is that season 2 fit. Other than that, he is the third best Cub. Until that last fight, he was in the same light as Anton and Azam. Facts, factuals. Season 2 had Lewis and Azam looking like a bunch of nobodies. Then he fought a weakened version of the strongest nigga in the series, and had a proper end. I think it still came a bit too soon, but he still had a proper end. Did something crazy. Achieved basically a Bjorn level feat, right? Basically, or Sabito level feat, however you really want to look at it, for the level that they were fighting at.
Still the victor, right? But they all versus Sabito.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, and still they all still wins that fight. They all still is still the victor, right? But they all versus Sabito, it's like a draw. Or You could even say that Lewis loses to Veil and Bjorn loses to Veil, but they still win mentally, right? They I think I like the next point I'm about to make. Hold up. Let me cook a little bit. Better feat than both technically. Eh, eh. I'm not too sure I agree with that. I'd probably put Bjorn's feet above Sabito and Veil's, or Sabito and Lewis's. Loses to Veil and Bjorn loses to Veil, but they because like burning out blood sacrifice completely is far, far, far superior to permanently causing somebody pain, right? Right? Like, how do I want to say it? Because theoretically, even if Veil still has access to blood sacrifice, if Lewis was still able to do that same thing to season two Veil, it shouldn't affect blood sacrifice because it's technically shouldn't affect him. It shouldn't affect that technique even if he had it right now. So, but Bjorn is able to completely burn out that. So I would put that above it, in my opinion. Sabito's feat is a little bit more closer because they kind of do similar things, right? Lewis loses to Veil and Bjorn loses. Make sure this all sounds good. Or you could even say that Lewis loses to Veil and Bjorn loses to Veil, but they still win mentally, right? They still weaken his mind, so they win the mental battle as opposed. So Sabito is last. He just left a scar. Lewis left a virus that even if he uses Blood Moon, he can't get rid of. So Bjorn, Lewis, Sabito. Yeah. And Bjorn loses to Veil, but they still win mentally, right? They still weaken his mind, so they win the mental battle as opposed to the physical battle. But Sabito, it's a draw, or you could say that Sabito also won the mental battle. See, these are things the niggas not considering. I'm talking about winning mental battles. How many times you see niggas talk about Ordeal like that? Niggas do not discuss Ordeal in that fashion. I'm different. Niggas are not talking about winning mental battles. I had a video idea in relation to this subject too, where I was gonna say what winning an ordeal looks like. I think that was gonna be the title. And I was gonna kind of look at how, yeah, Bjorn dies in his fight with Veal, but and then again the same thing with Lewis, but they still do something impactful and sort of annoy or almost mock him in the end, right? And mentally, and then take it to Lewis technically was able to stall Vale just enough for them to potentially able to actually finish him off, right? But Bjorn weakened him so much so that even somebody like Lewis can contend with him, right? So that's what winning in Ordeal kind of looks like, at least in terms of the stronger characters, specifically Vale. Um, some of the wins are just a lot more objective, right? And Bjorn loses to Veal, but they still win mentally, right? They still weaken his mind, so they win the mental battle as opposed to the physical battle. But Sabito, it's a draw, or you could say that Sabito also won the mental battle because Sabito left a could say that Sabito also won the mental battle because Sabito left a permanent scar in Veil's body, something seemingly nobody has ever done before, which seems like a crazy feat. Get rid of that. And go ahead and get rid of this too, just and see what it sounds like. Crazy feat. So Sabito has achieved something most people or nobody else has done, and then on top of that, it pissed off Veil. Nigga left one scar in his body and he never forgot it. Was it ever that serious? It pissed off. Was it ever that serious, bro? I think I mentioned him not even liking the ice element because of Sabito. It's like, bro, how does one nigga irk you so much? I never let a nigga get me like that. That it pissed off Veil so much so that he doesn't like the ice element as a whole. See, nigga really got him out of character for real. Or honestly, I should say he got him so in character. Like, how you let a nigga get you? How you let a nigga reaffirm your character through losing? Real really Goldilocks. Sabito made it too cold. That's funny. Wait, Leo made it too hot. That's funny too. As a whole, and he went out of his way to kill Sabito in a way that only he really can. Only only want to get rid of that repetition. That only he really can. Only they all can give Sabito the death by 1,000 cuts method, right? Not to mention Sabito himself. I think even like right here when he talks to May. Yeah, hold on. I'm not sure because I want to fade back into this. 1,000 cuts method, right? Not to mention Sabito himself. He literally says he fears me. He literally says he fears me. So their fight was so intense that Sabito knows when he talks to May, he says he literally Sabito himself. Okay, so what I want to do, I think even like should sound like this. The cuts method, right? Not to mention Sabito himself when he talks to May, he says, and then transition that to the black fade. Bam, and then we go. As he literally says he fears me. So their fight was so intense that Sabito knows that Veil fears him and he doesn't want to fight him again. So instead of fighting him 1v1 and potentially losing to Sabito, Veil went out of his way to acquire this army and use them in a death by 1,000 cuts method to defeat Sabito. Not only that, he literally traps him, so there's no way Sabito can escape this inevitable loss, right? Okay, I think I want to leave it right there. Like, I don't think I want to keep this whole clip in. I technically don't have to, but just to be a little different and like spice up some of the editing, just leave it all in. He says, he literally says he fears me. So their fight was so intense that Sabito knows that Veil fears him and he doesn't want to fight him again. I could technically change it right here. What should I do? Should I leave the whole thing or should I cut it right here, chat? Let me know. Let me know like right now. Just like leave it all in or cut it short and like yeah, leave the whole clip or cut it short. Let me know what I should do. We'll come back. Not only that, he literally traps him, so there's no way Sabito can escape this inevitable loss, right? Inevitable loss, right? Sabito will inevitably die in this fight. Even if he's able to take out the entire army, he still has to face Sabi or face Veil. To face Sabi or face Veil. And now this fight. which is something another thing I don't think people actually talk about. You want to discredit Sabito for being able to completely wipe the army in 3 days, but even if he was able to do it and was perfectly fine, he still has to fight Vayal after. There's no winning there. He's gonna lose. It's a lose-lose situation. Basically, the only out in air quotes is him giving up May, and he's never gonna do that. That's not in his character. He still has to face Sabi or face Vayal. Has to face Sabi or face Vayal. No, I'm not gonna tell me how I should edit that part. I was being serious. And now Vayal is at a huge advantage over Sabito because Sabito has exhausted so much chi fighting everybody else. Over Sabito because Sabito has exhausted so much chi fighting everybody else. So Sabito versus Vayal is important. Go to the part of you. Wait, go to the part you went forward. Okay, let me scroll back. Let me scroll back. Let me scroll back. Should be right
He
here.
says he literally.
All right, so I can either leave this entire clip in up until right here, showing all of this original footage, or I can stop
He
it
literally says he
right here,
fears him and he doesn't want to fight him again.
right? And then we go back to um, what would be edited footage and audio, right? So it'd just be an image from this point on, or it would be an image from this point on. Has there ever been a story where the artist looked at a biology book, took inspiration on how detailed injuries look in their story, and choose if they want to go more gory in fights? Probably, but um, it's not like I would know that information. I haven't read enough to actually confirm that. And even if I have read enough, I would have to know more about the author and their writing process. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care about most people. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't care about most people, right? Sometimes it's cool to learn certain things that artists and authors do, right? Actively, especially if you want to take inspiration. Other times you just kind of learn it passively. I'm more of a passive learner when it comes to that. I don't typically care that much. So like when people talk about Bleach's ending, I had to learn that the ending is the way it is because Kubo had bad health. Before that, I didn't know. But also, it's not like I felt some type of way about how it ended, right? But I did understand why people didn't like it. But it'd be a different thing if I actively sought out and wondered why the ending was the way it was, and then learned that Kubo had bad health. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He literally said French manga about the French Revolution. It's called Innocent. Says he fears me. So their fight was so intense that Sabito knows that Vayal fears him and he doesn't want to fight him again. So instead of fighting him 1v1 and potentially losing, I think I'm gonna put the black fade right here. And I think I wanna put like pictures of the army right there, right here. Just like spice it up a little bit. Show some of the raw footage, original footage, and then go back to the proper ways of the channel, if you will. Drag, ooh, whoops. Oh no. Drag all of this forward. Fighting everybody else. Got this. Keep it in fade into the original footage to show a transition of thought. I'm not gonna lie, I already changed the game. Sabito has exhausted so much chi fighting everybody else. So Sabito versus Vayal. so much chi fighting everybody else. So yeah, just for reference, how much have we actually cut? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Plus, we did take out that big chunk too. Sabito versus Veol is important because it directly relates to things that we have seen up until this point, right? I think that makes sense. Let's see how he continues that statement. I always like to the reason I comment on myself the way I do, and I don't think I said this in the last stream, is because I'm always looking to see if I still agree with what I said, right? Because I think I'd actually edited somewhere earlier. It's like, yeah, over here, where I had to like kind of fix and correct what I said just a tad bit. So I'm always like re-listening to myself to see if I really agree with what I said, right? I also think I'm really funny, so I'm always going back and thinking, was the point I made here done well? Do I still agree with what I'm saying? And I guess like sort of am I entertained by it basically? I guess those are some of the three things I'm looking for when I rewatch my own videos. And I feel like people who make things should kind of do that. It's different for like I guess artists who actually like draw. I'm more so talking about like I think musicians could really benefit from that, or people who make podcasts could benefit from that, and then people who make some form of video media, right? Because um, podcasts can be just audio and not also video, right? So people who make YouTube videos, watching their own content, could like look back and go, I'm not sure if I like the way I did this here. I'm not sure if I enjoyed what I did here. I think I like what I like about this part right though. And I somewhat always do that a little bit passively. I'm not going back and going, okay, let me study what I did so I can really understand if I should improve. It's more of a I'm bored. I want to listen to my own voice. Let me watch such and such video, right? Insert whatever video here. And then I watch the video and I go, okay, I made a valid point here. I made a valid point here. What's up, Da Vinci? I made a valid point here. I still think there are parts of the review, the season 3 review as a whole, that could have been better. But I wasn't under a time crunch, but I was at the same time because I wanted to get it out sooner rather than later, but I was still trying to take my time with it to make sure it was proper. And I think most of it sounds good. Most of it makes sense. Most of it hits the points I wanted to hit, right? I definitely think I could have articulated some of the reasoning a little bit better, or I could have used better examples, specifically maybe like towards the end of the scaling section, and maybe some of the there's like later points that are made like at the end of the review. But for the most part, it is a collective piece of good quality work, right? But I still constantly rewatch some of my stuff to go, okay, yeah, I enjoyed this. Like these opinions still hold up. I still agree with this statement, right? And it's sort of to be determined if what I say will be true or false, right? This point, right? This point. It directly relates to this interaction between Sabito and Veal and the Thanatos army in these chapters. Well, let me listen back to that point. I'm not sure what I'm saying here. It directly relates to things that we have seen up until this point. It directly relates to this interaction between Sabito. Okay, hold on. What I want to do important because it directly relates to things that we have seen up until this point. It directly Can I put this here? I can. Between Sabito and Veal and actually I don't think I need it there. Never mind. Self critique is a good critique if done right. This interaction between Sabito and Veal and the Thanatos army in these chapters, right? Yeah, because some people can get like a big head, right? Like if you only listen to your own voice, your voice is the only voice you're gonna think has any value. And that's not true. I don't think my voice is the only voice that has value in this, in what I do, right? In what I do. So, like, I sent two people the initial paragraph for the Kagurabachi video. The first paragraph that I sent it to two people specifically, right? They both enjoyed what I had, but one of them specifically added critique or added like extra information, right? So when I go back and I actually finalize the script before I record it, I'm going to take what that person said into account so that it can be a better video, at least for that specific portion as a whole, right? Because if I didn't do that and I left it the way it was, that means that I think my original thoughts or what I have to say about the video or how I feel about the video is the only one that matters. But that's not true because people are going to watch it, people are going to review it and see how they feel about it at the end. Whether they agree or disagree with any points that I made, they're still going to comment on it in the video, right? And whether I disagree or agree with what they're saying is its own thing. But the fact that they have that opinion, the fact that they have that capacity to do that, shows that my opinion regarding my own work, yes, it has higher priority, but it is not the only one that matters. And as Nara said in the comments of one of his videos regarding somebody hating on what we made together, nobody is above criticism. So if there's something that can be improved or should be improved, you should probably look at it. But if there's something that can be improved but doesn't need to be improved, you can take it into account, consider it, and you might apply it later. It might not apply now. I feel like season 3, like I said in the review, had a very good potential to showcase the actual interaction itself, right? It only really makes it interaction itself, right? It only really makes sense to put it in that spot after Lewis's fight and after Thanatos yells at Veal, right? Because we would see Veal's failure in relation. The only issue I have with making videos like this is I don't want, and I guess it's the issue with making discussion videos as a whole, like I did before, is I don't want the points I make to become unimportant or irrelevant tangents. I think for the last, maybe like the last 3 videos I have on the channel that are for members right now, I think I did not do that. And some of the other videos that have been coming out, since they were just stream topics that I decided to show or decided to give more spotlight to, they're kind of just like rambles that don't have a lot of actually importance or a lot of things said or a lot of things going on. Whereas these videos are way more focused tangents as opposed to thoughts just kind of circling and spiraling around, right? Veal, right? Because we would see Veal's failure in. That's why I stopped doing discussion videos to some capacity. And so, since we didn't get that, and since because it felt like the subjects of the videos weren't that focused, right? Some of them at least. Or that's why I don't do discussion videos in relation to like specific topics that I would want to have more focus and more actual evidence and things shown, right? But I feel like, or since that takes a lot more time, scripting and like getting all the evidence and things, talking points across takes more time behind the scenes. If I can do that same thing a little bit more free form while still keeping some direction, I think that's just as good, right? And I think this is a good example of that subject, especially the first part of this video, right? Like this is a good example of like that. And then another good one is the the Heart Clan Massacre video that's going to come out, or the Gaki Heart Clan Massacre video that's going to come out, and the Orion video that's going to come out. I like the way I did that stream segment, and I like the way I just talk about him as a character, and I like the way I talk about him, the things related to him, in relation to kind of the overall subject, I guess. I got a review from a friend on a fanfic page I wrote. It's nice to have someone who actually cares enough to say something is wrong or could be done better. Yeah, that's what I do for shout out my nigga. I want to play his government out here, but I really do. Shout out my nigga of Splendid. He's writing something called Creators. In due time, it will be out. But he has given me the opportunity to take my reviewing skills and apply it to his work of art. Or I should say work of fiction. I mean, I guess it could be art anyway. Anyway, and I'm a fair individual. I give proper praise when praise is due, and I give proper correction when I feel it's needed, right? The most recent thing I reviewed for his story, I feel like it can be improved, but unlike the other things I've read up until that point, I don't know the specific thing that should be improved, right? So I just simply said, I like this. I like this, and I would rate it higher, but I can't say it's perfect because I feel like there's room for improvement. And since there's room for improvement, it can be perfect. But as of right now, I don't know where the improvement should be. So it's no longer on me to try and like direct where the improvement can be. It's simply on you or maybe on another third party opinion. Whereas other times and other examples, like I'll just give you an example. No spoilers, of course. The first arc is already ended, and I'm currently reading the start of the second arc, right? I like the way the first arc ends. I think it's good. I think it's almost perfect. But like the very tail end of the chapter itself, it's kind of flat, right? It's kind of flat. And I said that, right? I don't hold anything back. Of course, I'm not rude or disrespectful about it, but I said that. I give my proper opinion. I like basically everything about this chapter. However, comma, I don't think the chapter ends in a way where it feels like we're kind of going full circle, right? It doesn't feel like we're getting to the proper conclusion. We're acknowledging the reason these characters are here to begin with, right? And I said that. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful. That's not who I am. Well, at least in a more formal setting, you know. I can be a nigga all day, but being a nigga not going to get you everywhere, you know, in all places, right? No disrespect to all my black people who can't speak so eloquently, right? But it is what it is, especially in the white man's world. But that's its own subject. But that's who I am. That's how I'm gonna be, right? And that's how I am with Brent, and how I talk about Ordeal. I praise what should be praised, what should be acknowledged, not with Sabito. Like, and I say, hey, I don't really like this. It should probably be improved, right? It should probably be improved. It should probably be looked at. It should probably be worked on. And of course, these two individuals are different. It's different to have a sort of one-on-one. It's different to have a sort of one-on-one conversation with him and or with my nigga Splendid, as opposed to me pointing out things that just so happen to be things that other people dislike as well, right? So it's getting to talk with the person I'm reviewing their story with one on one. They're reading my work, you know. We potentially have a semi conversation about it. He takes my words into account when he finalizes his work, as opposed to Brent, where I can't really talk with him one on one, right? But I wouldn't want to talk with him anyway because what I do is what I do for content, and not specifically just to go, I want to see your story improve. It's also I want to see your story improve, but I also enjoy talking about it, right? But I can't talk to him directly. Technically I can, but you get the point. But it's not just me, it's me and then like let's just say 100, 1,000, 5,000 people kind of saying that same thing, so it echoes a lot louder. But there's still a difference in the approach, right? I can do one way more direct, whereas the other one is more of an echo or um, a megaphone type of effect, right? I speak on his works semi regularly whenever we get chances to deep dive throughout the whole season and compared arc to arc. Not with Sabito. Like he's so petty about it. Yeah, I do chapter by chapter. So like that's what he has me doing. Um but I guess if it's appropriate I talk about the arc, but anyway, I'm still only on the second arc. So I do it chapter by chapter, and I try and give the chapter its own proper rating without fully taking into account the things I read before, right? So sometimes I take them into account. Like sometimes I'll take the prior chapter into account into the rating, and sometimes I guess it's not the most important aspect of why the chapter gets a certain rating, right? But I try and keep specifically the chapters as their own sort of thing, treating them as their own autonomous thing, as if it was just this one piece of thing I was reading without, I guess, any other full context, right? Like he's so petty about it that he's not even gonna attack his daughter because he would rather enjoy the pleasure of not seeing the talent that permanently scarred his body. You know, shout out my nigga Splendid, bro. In due time, he gonna be one of them ones. He gonna get channel recognition too. He gonna get channel promotion too. He's just not there yet, you know. He's still in the rough drafts. Permanent. He's still in the rough drafts, but I'm all for support and I'm all for proper promotion. You'll like this arc most definitely. That's what he said too, which is kind of funny. I don't like that y'all know me like that. Shout out my nigga. Spoiler for a specific character. Shout out my nigga Shane the Moonshower. He better be cool, bro, or I'ma hate. For real. I like his character though. I think the only thing I didn't like about him is the specific use of one word over and over again. I should have said that, but as of right now, it's like a small little like I'm not sure if I like that completely, right? That permanently scarred his body with the person that did it as well, right? So even in season 3, we get this lingering beef. I'm just gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut that, and then I'm gonna bring this both. I'm gonna end that sentence right there. I'm gonna do it like that did it as well. Even in season 3, we get this lingering beef between Sabito and Veal, but we don't see where it stems from, and that's a problem. So I kind of like the way I said that. Hold on, let's hear that again, chat. Even in season 3, we get this lingering beef between Sabito and Veal, but we don't see where it stems from, and that's a problem. So if we're not gonna see it in season 3, we need to see it in season 4. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna listen to that one more time. Hold up. Even in season 3, we get this lingering beef between Sabito and Veal, but we don't see where it stems from, and that's a problem. So if we're not gonna see Shout out, shout out that point. That was a good point. That was a good point. I wish my chat was working. Like he said, it's your arc though. This is your element, not gonna lie. I don't know what that means. This nigga in the chat talking about some he. We know who you are. But since your name is technically in the stream, if people can see it, they'll be able to see the live chat. So I'm gonna go ahead and just name drop you government because I can. Shout out my nigga Xander Boyd, future, well, premature author, not fully published just yet. He's still in the rough draft phase. Y'all be sure to check out creators when it drops. Of course, I'm gonna give proper promotion when it's time. I'm excited for it. I enjoy it as of right now. Maybe one day we can get, I don't know, like a live action or like an anime. I don't know. We can get like the Harry Potter treatment when it comes to creators. Who knows? Who knows? You never know. The sky's really the limit if you plan in proper and you know the right people. He said, this man really loves hearing his voice. I just like hearing when I say the right thing. So let me actually say hear it one more time. Even in season 3, we get this lingering beef between Sabito and Veol, but we don't see where it stems from, and that's a problem. So I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm just saying the right thing. Like I just feel like I'm saying the right thing, and I like hearing myself be right. I can't lie. I love hearing myself be right. I don't like hearing myself when I'm wrong. That shit sucks. But if I'm right, man, it just like it makes me excited. Like it makes me feel so smart. Not saying that being correct makes you smart. Just saying that, being right more often than not, it makes you feel a little bit better about yourself, especially if people agree with you. Then it's like, damn, maybe I do say the right thing. But I don't ever think I'm the smartest nigga in the room. Ever. We need to see it in season. In fact, I always think I'm the dumbest person in the room. We need to see it in season 4, but it has to make sense. It has to be a proper addition to the season. And this is one of those things where I feel like he said a man should have used his other account. That's funny. Any changes? Does he have another one? I don't think so. One of those things where I feel like if this doesn't exist in season 4, it could exist in season 5 if it relates to, something in that season. But I don't know. I thought this was the account where he just changed what it is called, or like the profile pic. Who knows? I personally have I think I have a few Gmail accounts, but I think I mainly only have 3. I got my main account, I got my YouTube account, and then I got my gaming in air quotes account. Like I got specifically like game and media for that one. But then I got the YouTube specifically for YouTube, right? And then I might connect that account to like social media when I get to that stage in my career. Technically, I have an Instagram. You could go follow it. It is Jay the God Tier. I should probably put like a bio so that people know it's the real me. But I don't use it, so you can follow it or not. I don't really care. I don't really care. It's only gonna matter when I start making YouTube shorts, which are also going to be Instagram reels, which are also going to be TikTok videos. I also have a TikTok which you could follow as well. But again, it's not going to matter until I start making TikTok, or i.e. short form content in that season. But I think again, after that point, it's not really going to matter. The Sabito versus Veol interaction, and then you just got your personal account. Like everybody got something like personal. Like you should just have something personal. And then when you do other things, you just need a different account for that thing, which is why it's crazy to me that this nigga Brent just turned his personal Instagram into an Ordeal hype page. You want to just make a new shit for it, bro? Like, come on. Like at this point, you need to go back, save all those images, transfer accounts. Like I don't know. Like you got to create like a new personal account, bro. Like Brent don't give a fuck, and it's hilarious to me. But it's like at the same time, bro. Like you got to have business and you got to have casual. There is a separation for a reason. And what it can mean for any of the other characters isn't gonna matter, right? The only way I feel like you can relate and really show. I don't know, man. I don't know if y'all don't like hearing your own voice, like nigga like me. I mean, of course, I make YouTube videos, so it's slightly different. But um, I actually didn't used to like the way I sound. I'd say like obviously before I started making YouTube videos, so it's like not that long ago, but it is at the same time. I didn't really like my voice, not gonna lie. Didn't like the way it sounded when it was recorded. I can't sing, but like there are certain times where like my voice sounds good in relation to a song I'm singing. But for a while, I actually didn't really like the way my voice sounded. So, but I had been told by people, if Splendid is still in here, he actually told me I had an ASMR voice. Shout out, bro. And then one of the other homies told me I got a book reading voice. So it's like, maybe my voice isn't as bad as I thought it was, Like maybe it's not that bad. And then I'm gonna say something else, but let me hear this back first. I feel like you can relate and really show Veol versus Sabito is if you somehow relate it to Yuki. Let's go back even further. Hold on. I think again after that point, it's not really gonna matter. The Sabito versus Vayal interaction and what it can mean for any of the other characters isn't gonna matter, right? The only way I feel like you can relate and really show Vayal versus Sabito is if you somehow relate it to Yukiko and Kirito. All right. With that being said, right? I know. The Vinci said, "I will never say I hate anything about myself. God been too good, but my voice go all over the place." That's so funny. That's so funny. Nara said, "I hate hearing my voice. Not like voice crack, but I can go high and low depending on the situation." Bro got that situational voice. So, like, Splendid said, he said I had an ASMR voice, and then what is it? And my other homie said I had a book reading voice. So in relation to those things, I have actually like read books to some of the two of my exes. I'll just say it like that. I've read books to two of my exes. I read I don't know if it was Cat in the Hat or One Fish Two Fish to my first ex. Um but it helped them it helps them go to sleep. So like my voice, I guess when they're tired, it's like just soothing enough to help put them to sleep. Because if my voice sounded like nails on a chalkboard, they'd be like, "All right, I don't want to talk to you, bye," or like, "Be quiet, please, bye." Right? And then with my second ex, I actually read the Bible. Like I was reading some of the Bible to her, bro. Splendid said the same thing when I VC bombed him. That's funny. About me or about you? I know. I think his name is Cole. He's shown up in like. So it's like clearly my voice isn't as bad as I thought it was, right? And now I have evidence from people to say, okay, maybe my voice isn't as bad as as I was insecure about, right? And then on top of that, I have to hear my voice anyway. So I guess the goal would be now is to make it sound as good as possible, right? The way I talk to my family versus everyone else is different because I use various voices too much. I don't mind the voice I use with talking to others because it doesn't match the way I type. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I definitely speak differently to certain people. Like there's a girl I work with. Shout out. I'm actually not gonna say her name. But shout out her. College graduate actually. So really shout out her. But I talk to her more like how I might sound on a review video, right? I speak with a little bit more uh eloquentness, a little bit more clarity, right? I might still throw a joke in there too, right? But I definitely sound more clear when I talk to her. Whereas opposed to I'm talking to my brother, I sound like a nigga. Like I sound like I just came out of the hood, bro. Like shit right now. Like I sound like damn near how I'm talking right now. Right? And then um of course you talk to your like your boss or your superior differently than how you would talk to your homie. So of course you just sound and like speak differently to certain people. That's just kind of how it's supposed to be, like kind of like to a certain capacity. Like you shouldn't you shouldn't speak the same way you speak to your mother, the way you speak to your children, I guess. But then you shouldn't speak the same way you speak to your children to your friends, and then you shouldn't speak the same way you speak to your friends to your boss. Like it's supposed to be different, but in all of that, you should still sound like yourself, right? Like you should still sound like everybody. They're technically getting different variations of you, but they should still be able to recognize you in all of those different variations, if that makes sense. Like so Stream J and YouTube Video J are relatively two different people in terms of how I speak, right? But this is still me, right? Especially when you get the more eloquent approach to Ordeal versus the more raw and semi unfiltered approach, right? It's still me at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Okay, we an hour and 25 minutes in. I think I have like 10 minutes extra I can go over, or I have to switch to typing. He's also in the Ordeal Discord, so shout out to him. I know he has brought up Yukiko. W stream so far. Variety streamer. I wish I still had some more to drink. I need to get some water at some point. I know he has brought up Yukiko versus Kirito before, right? And if you're gonna do a, I think I call it a legacy fight, or like a new age. I don't actually know what I said. Hold on, let me hear it. And if you're gonna do a, I will say I would like to see or I can't wait to see what older Kirito looks like. We have older Yukiko, so I do want to see what older Kirito looks like, and if he is taking more after Vayal, I guess. A Sabito and Vayal interaction, you have to relate it to something that is currently happening in the present. Okay, this is how I feel about almost all aspects of writing. This is a writing constant, I feel like. If you're going to do something that's associated with the past, you likely have to relate it to the present. So I'll take One Piece, for example. Um, some of the things that were occurring, like specifically during the Wano arc, the flashbacks, of course, related to the characters we were seeing in the present during that arc, like Yamato talking to Ace, right? Like that other little girl talking to Ace, right? And they're related to those same characters talking to Luffy, right? So even though sometimes I feel like One Piece flashbacks can be a little disruptive, they still relate to the characters, right? They might not be in the right place, but at the very least, the flashback that we're seeing relates to the characters that are in the present, right? And I think that's a writing constant. I think to not to, I guess not to be a good writer, but to have good connectivity, something that's brought up or that relates to the past should somehow relate to the present. Or if you want to go be a little bit more advanced, it should somehow relate to the future, right? Right? Because that's what we would call foreshadowing to some capacity, right? It can still relate to the present, but it might not be the most relevant thing. But when time passes and then it's brought back up, now we're going, oh, okay, that's why that flashback or that's why that piece of information from a past point in time, not just like a past point in the story. I mean like an actual past point in the story's fiction or the story's history. Now we can see why it makes sense, in let's just say like another 6 months in the story's history, right? Something that happened 10 years ago might not happen, might not relate so directly to what's happening now, but 6 months in the future, it could, now come into play. And if it's done right, it's just as good as if it directly relates to what's happening in the present, right? So I think that's just a writing constant. I don't think you want to introduce or talk about things that happened in the past if you're not gonna properly relate them to characters or things in the present or potentially the future, right? Which is why this section talks about Vayal versus Sabito somehow potentially relating to Yukiko and Kirito, right? Because the only way you could have also did that same relation to the present is if we saw it right after they all got yelled at, right? And then it would make sense, and then it agrees with what I'm saying because it relates directly to what is happening or what just happened in the present. Does that make sense, chat? Am I spitting, chat? Or am I saying a whole bunch of nonsense and y'all not really hearing me? And I should just shut my mouth. That with is Yukiko, Vayal, and Kirito. But you wouldn't really want to do that with Vayal himself because it doesn't make that much sense. But what you can do, especially because we're getting Dean versus Sabito, so that's more personal to Vayal's history than Sabito versus Vayal. So I think it'd definitely be better if we somehow relate it to something else, right? Much sense. But what you can do is relate it to Yukiko and Kirito, the character. Okay, where are we? Fuck. Kirito, in terms of writing, is he poor? Is he written good? Um, I'd say he's written okay. I mean, I don't really know how you mess up writing a kid, but you can. People don't like the way Yukiko's written, but I mean, she's a freaking preteen, so there's only so much you can do. I definitely think he could have did better writing her, especially in terms of her fight against the Nightmare. But in my opinion, I think Kirito is being what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say written. I guess I want to say expressed. I think Kirito is being expressed consistently, right? It's hard. He's still somewhat mysterious from what we actually know about him. It's hard now, but he acts the same way. And we haven't seen a lot of him, but he acts the same way in season 2 that we see in season 3. He's the same person, which means he's being written consistently, and that means outside of Konos, more or less, every other character is getting the same version of this character, which means his character is being represented consistently, right? Again, like I said, with the vast majority of characters in Ordeal, we haven't seen a lot of them, so it's not as easy to gauge how well or how poorly they are being written because we don't know a lot, which is already basically a negative in and of itself. But from what we have seen of Kirito, he doesn't feel like a wishy-washy character. It doesn't feel like he's being shown one way and then doing a complete 180 and being shown the other way, right? It doesn't feel like how he's being shown isn't so different than what we were introduced to, right? To the previous two characters, right? Now, it's hard to kind of see or say if even Yukiko would interact with Kirito. Does that make sense, chat? Right now, or as of the end of season 3, I like Kirito way more than I did when I first was introduced to him. I think he's a little bit more interesting now. I like, I guess, his demeanor and his interactions with Kofi and Sonya. I think they fit what he is, that being a gaki and a child, right? He kind of represents the evil side of being a child in war and being a child used as a weapon. And I think right now, to some capacity, that concept is being looked at in a decent way. I think it can definitely be explored a lot better, but especially if we relate him more to Vayal, however Brent chooses to do that. But I definitely think he's written I guess well, or I guess I like the concept that comes with seeing his character, right? Because like seeing Abijah pull up on Kirito, and then Abijah's like, "Yo, I can tell you're trying to hide your chi. You're not very good at it. Go ahead and just show me what you actually have." And then they actually clash, and Abijah's like, "Yo, this is a little boy, bro. This is a little boy. The hell's going on here, Vayal?" And then even before we actually see Kirito in action, Kirito is like, or Vayal is asking what his children, aka what the Gaki, want. And Kirito is one of the characters who get a chance to speak. He's like, if it has to deal with a god tier, send me because I want to see what this world deems as, their champions or what this world deems as the strongest, right? And when he gets a chance to actually interact, that same aspect of his character is brought right back into play, which shows Brent's capacity in consistently writing a character, right? The same thing that Kirito was saying when he didn't really interact with anybody on the opposing side comes right back into play because he clashes with Abijah and he's like, I think he's like something something along the lines of actually let me just look at a chapter because I don't even want to misconstrue what he says. It's definitely something along the lines of like I want to test your skills or something. I want to see what you are as a god tier. I don't know. We just gonna look at it real quick because I don't remember what he says. Okay, right. No, not here, not here. Yeah, see, the same thing where he talks about wanting to fight a god theory, it's brought right back up, and he says, if they labeled you a demigod, you should not disappoint me. Oh, and then right here before that, I've always wondered what this world considered strength as opposed to weakness. And then before that, is the one who stands before me a god tier? So the aspect of Kirito wanting to see a god tier and wanting to face them was introduced, and then it was what's the word I use? Hold on. I know I think I used the word reaffirmed, but it's and then it's like brought back up or reinforced, if you will, right? And the attitude he displays when he can't continue the fight is the same sort of attitude and the same sort of demeanor that we see when he does fight Sonya and Kofi, right? In relation to Konos in those scenes, right? He still acts like a bratty child. He still acts like someone who is 12, right? That's good. That's consistency. That means that Brent, at the very least, knows how that character should act in relation to other characters. And he's thinking about what he has already said for that character and then using it again, right? Bringing that same concept back into play. And that is why I sort of preach when I talk about Ordeal something that was introduced early or introduced by a certain character or relates to a specific character, bringing in an idea that reinforces what the character themselves has already said or an idea that the character has already introduced, specifically in relation to I know when I talk about the Gaki in the video, I talk about the Beast Gaki and his desire to fight to the death, right? I bring up that idea like very consistently. And then but I also look at the idea of Meladan and Roberto potentially having a sort of beef. And then we also look at, since we know Roberto and Ariel are in a relationship, potentially looking at the start of that relationship, right? So if you're gonna introduce characters, and I had to like fix this myself, you want to introduce them a certain way and then you want to reinforce their character, right? So I actually saw a clip from the creator and like writer or slash director of Abbott Elementary. I think her name is Quinta. I don't know her last name, right? You could have it so that Yukiko and Kirito face off, and you can have Hisame tell Yukiko that Kirito somewhat resembles Veol. So in the clip, she brought up the idea that she learned from somebody else of if a character picks up a $5 bill, no, like every character essentially should pick up or interact with the $5 bill differently. And that shows that each character has their own identity and their own autonomy, right? So I have to kind of go back in my story and relook at how do I have the characters interact? How did I introduce them? And does their actions later on reaffirm who they are, right? I think the ideas I have in my head do. I'm not sure if the writing specifically and specific the words choice I use do that so consistently for every character. I definitely think it's better for some characters and a little bit worse for others, right? But what Kirito does, or what Brent writes for Kirito in the discussion we're having, shows that idea, I guess, kind of consistently, right? But you could also argue that some of the characters kind of sound the same, right? I'm not sure who you would want to say, like, if these two characters are in the same room, it feels like they're the same person, right? But a lot of the characters are different and can interact in their own unique way. But you could say some of the dialogue is still so universal that it doesn't sound like a lot of the characters are that different, right? And the only thing that really separates them is their actions as opposed to their words and how they sound. In the same way that Yukiko was, or that Hisame was able to tell Yukiko about they all W stream discussions. They want to give me some more topics, go ahead. I'm open to discussion. Yukiko is dead. You can have him do a similar thing and go, this reminds me of the fight your father had with the Blood Monarch, right? Good idea. I think that'd be kind of cool. This reminds me of the fight your father had with the Blood Monarch, right? And I'm not one to like had with the Blood Monarch, and we're just a little uncomfortable right now. Blood Monarch, and I'm not one to like introduce flashbacks during a fight, but what I want to see and what I think would be cool is if Yukiko and during a fight, Blood Monarch, and I'm not one to like introduce. Let me see what that sounds like without it. With the Blood Monarch, I'm not one to like. I actually think I have to. Well, let me send this. It'd be better if I kept this in there. Fight your father had with the Blood Monarch, right? I'm not one to like introduce flashbacks during a fight, but what I what's your thoughts on Abijah J? So go ahead and go to, let me go ahead and find what stream that is. Just go ahead and go to was that, damn, that was really Tuesday? Yeah, go ahead and go to Tuesday stream. Twin Star Exorcist Read Along Part 19. Go ahead and click on Ordeal Talk Abijah Hate. 55 minutes, 16 seconds into the stream. Go ahead and watch that whole part and you'll get my take on Abijah. You should more or less get my entire opinion on Abijah. If you just go ahead and watch that. After this stream, of course. Or you could go watch it, come back. It is completely up to you. You have free will, and I am not keeping you here, sir. What I want to see and what I think would be cool is if Yukiko and Kirito kind of unintentionally mimic aspects of Sabito and Veil's flashback. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Nah, you got to get the context though. You got to get the context though. You got to get the context though. See, you got to get the context though. You can't just read the words. You got to hear the context. Got to hear the context because it's not what you think it is based off what I said right there. See. It's a little misleading. It's a little misleading. But you gotta really, really tune into what I'm actually saying, though. Mimic aspects of Sabito and Veil's flashback. Okay, so I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm at an hour 45. I'm pretty sure after this, I have to go watch a movie. So, or Sabito and Veil's fight. So it would be a panel. Flashback. So, or Sabito and Veil's fight. Reduce that. Go there. Aspects of Sabito and Veil's flashback, or Sabito and Veil's fight. So it would be a panel of, let's just say, it'd be a panel of Yukiko and Kirito, and then we would see a Yukiko and a panel of Yukiko, panel of. So I just had to make sure those parts were the ones I needed to flow into each other. Be a panel of Yukiko and Kirito, and then we would see a flashback panel of Sabito and they all doing the same sort of motions, the same sort of attacks, right? I think that would be fire, bro. Oh my gosh. I think you have to set it up properly because it'd be weird if it just like happened in the middle of a fight out of nowhere, but it would be cool if like Yukiko and Kirito clashed and then the immediate following panel is Sabito and Vayal's first clash, right? And then like Yukiko and Kirito continue their fight, and then at some point they do a move or a pose that completely mirror Vayal and Sabito. And then the next panel after that is that same thing. Literally the same pose of Sabito and Vayal, right? And then, like I will say in this video, you can kind of end it there, regardless of how, that fight ends, assuming that, they break away or they stop fighting or, you know, he gets teleported back. It doesn't matter. What you could do then is not even really from like a narrative or storytelling standpoint. You could just have the flashback happen right after that in its full entirety, and it would make sense and it wouldn't be disruptive because now the fight relates somewhat directly to what we just saw. Hiko and Kirito, and then we would see a a flashback panel of Sabito flashback a a a a, a flashback see a flashback panel of Sabito and they all doing the same sort of motions, the same sort of attacks, right? Like we know Kirito and Yukiko have techniques that are more or less directly from, Sabito and Veil, right? So what if Kirito uses Blood Reaper, Sickle, Carving Star, and then Yukiko uses Shield and Spear stance, and then sends out a large freaking black ice slash, right? And then we see Sabito and Veil do the same exact thing, right? You know, and they all doing the same sort of motions, the same sort of attacks, right? And the way the characters are set up, their arsenals can be catered directly to their predecessors in a way that's very perfect and very intentional, but also seamless. And this would relate directly to episode 113, where Tevin literally says, even though Yukiko hasn't met Sabito, where Tevin literally I really be spitting sometimes. Like look at what I just said right here. Hold on, let me fully edit it and then we can listen to my voice back again. She's we literally see her use sword, spear, and wait, shield and spear stance. Damn, I fucked that up right there. Use I almost call it sword and shield stance. Spear stance, which Sabito uses in this episode right here. We uses in this episode right here. We literally see him use it right. Wait for it, right here. Okay, hold on. So let's go back. Let's go back and listen to that flashback panel of Sabito and they all doing the same sort of motions, the same sort of attacks, right? And this would relate directly to episode 113, where Tevin literally says, even though Yukiko hasn't met Sabito, she's mimicking his fighting style. We literally see her use shield and spear stance, which Sabito uses. So I want to go right here. Stance, which Sabito uses in this episode right here. We literally see him use it right. Wait for it, right here. But in my opinion, this feels like it's the only way it can work. Like, wait for it, right here. I'll cut it right there. And then what I'll do is I'll put that image on the screen after that. Here. But in my opinion, this feels like it's the only way it can work. Like, if you like, you can only relate the fight work. Like you can only relate the fight to Yukiko somehow, and I feel like you can only relate it to Kirito somehow, right? Kirito somehow, right? And if you're not gonna do that, it's not gonna fit properly within the story, right? Cut that out because I say right at the end right there. Somehow, and I feel like you can only relate it to Kirito somehow. And if you're not gonna do that, it's not gonna fit properly within the story, right? Unless you have, you know, um Hisame telling Yukiko the story of Veil versus Sabito, or yeah, Veil versus Sabito, because he would have witnessed it as well, right? Hisame, unless you have. Before I keep editing this, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick and probably some water. Right there. I'm gonna turn this on. Cut that background music on. I'll be right back, chat. I'll be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. All right, it's technically at the 2 hour mark. I'm gonna try and go like maybe a little bit over, a little bit over. Then I'm gonna switch gears. Much. Okay, for 2 hours. Not even halfway technically, but let me lock in real quick. Unless you have, you know, um, Hisame, Full Metal Alchemist. I wonder if there's like actually I could technically probably figure out a way to like make that a part of the stream if I really, really, really wanted to. Kiko, the story of Veil versus Sabito, or yeah, Veil versus Sabito, because he would have because he would have witnessed it as well, right? He would have been there for that same been he would have been there for that same thing, right? The same way he can be there for Sabito telling May about Black Ice, right? Hopefully niggas still don't think that Sabito didn't have black eyes. But if it's not gonna But if it's not gonna be that, and if it's not gonna relate to those characters, it's not going to matter to the story at all. And then it's gonna be one of those things that we wished we would have seen. But since it was but since things that we wished we would have seen, but since it wasn't put in a place where it connected to proper characters, we're never gonna get a chance to see it unless Brent does some sort of one shot, right? And this is what I mean by if it's not gonna happen in season 4, it's nigga really gave Vayal a flashback, and now my nigga Sabito. Criminal, 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 criminal. Or it's probably not gonna matter and never be shown in season 5 or 6, right? Because that's the end part of the series where those things no longer matter, and we're starting to move towards the conclusion of the series as a whole. It's a really good point. That's a really good point. Nigga's kind of spitting. Kind of spitting. All of these things, right? But again, what you can do is you can have when the last time you heard somebody say they love a Heath or Payday Candy is fucking crazy. That is actually so crazy. Um I think love is definitely a never. I don't even think I've heard my mom say that, but I've definitely seen my mom with freaking payday candies in her purse. I've seen that before, but I don't know if I've heard her say, "I love payday candy." Like I love them. They do have I think they have Heath ice cream now. I know they have Butterfinger ice cream, or like I think they have ice cream and they have like the bars, like chocolate ice cream bars. People who think Sabito didn't have black ice might as well say Quill could one shot Konos. We're wrapping up all of these things, right? But again, what you can do is that's so funny. Prodigy. Hearing the term prodigy in fiction is just so crazy because it's like, damn, that means he's really like that. Some way or another, he's really like that. So for Sabito, that's him potentially being one of the best Hisame users ever, or like top three, top five Hisame users ever. He was a prodigy with it, which means he's one of the best users to wield it naturally. I definitely would like a one shot what if where Shay has Hisame instead of Ilios, right? Or maybe like Brent flips it so that Yukiko has Ilios and Shay has Hisame. Or maybe even like Yukiko and Shay switch places. Technically wouldn't fit narratively in terms of like their names, but there's something that could be done there. Something that could be done there. And you can have Kirito and Yukiko face off, interact in some way, have Hisame allude to the Hisame allude to the fight. We can have flashes. Oh, I think I tried one of those Butterfinger ice creams too. They weren't that bad. Um, Flashes of sorry, my brother was showing me a video from Streamer University. If there's one thing Streamer University is gonna do, it's gonna have a hella clips, man, hella clips for you to view. Flashes of wait, we can have flashes of Kirito and you flashes of. All right, clip said makes you wonder if Kiko is supposed to surpass Sabito with Hisame. Makes you wonder who was the best Hisame bearer. It's a good question. It definitely feels like she's supposed to be close to his level, but in a different way of using it. But I don't think she's supposed to be. Or I should say, from how I perceive the story, and from kind of the things I've heard Brent say about her, or where her direction is going, I don't think she's supposed to be um better than Sabito at using Hisame. I definitely think she is supposed to be at Sabito's level to some capacity, but sort of through a different means of using Hisame, if that makes sense. But you also, I mean, he could just have her surpass him outright I don't think it'd be right narratively, but she is smart. So, and that's been set up since season 1, so you can definitely make that a play on how she surpasses him. But I think at that point, and it'd be a little unfair because now we have Shay, who's a basically the perfect vessel for any talent, specifically Ilios. But like he's like the perfect vessel, and he's God's chosen, right? But then on top of that, Yukiko is also a prodigy at using Hisame. It's like, damn, nobody's like Andrea. Like nobody's like we kind of had to work and like really, really get it out the mud with how our talent is used. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Hisame is a GT level talent at its max potential, but you still got to get there. And it's like, what? How you get there is just as important as getting there, right? Okay, for a, I think it's supposed to say, what if story, would it make sense if Kevin and Leo switch places of being unstable? What scenarios would be different? Well, that's pretty interesting. We got to learn more about Kevin to definitely explore that concept. I definitely think a Kevin being Leo in like a different, if in a different time span, would be interesting. But what you could do, and it'd be actually kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie, because Leo protects Kevin and Elsa, and then that somehow inspires Kevin, right? But like, you would kind of have to write it so that Kevin gets his talent or unlocks Katagita in that same time span. But in my opinion, it feels like Leo protecting Kevin and Elsa is part of the reason Leo and Elsa were able to get together because they kind of bonded through that trauma related experience, right? Outside of them already having that prior interaction, before those scenes. But replacing Leo in that moment, it gives semi less incentive for Leo and Elsa to get together through that trauma related bonding experience. They can still get together, of course, but that's definitely a non factor in it now. It no longer applies. And then you could have Elsa be kind of proud of her brother in that moment and almost surprised because this is her younger brother being able to stand up and fight in that moment, right? I think it might be better if instead of we replace Leo, we actually just have Kevin unlock Katagita at that moment. And because he's seeing Leo fight, it would be interesting to then have Jamie train a young Leo and a young Kevin, which would be kind of fire. Because now we have uh Kevin who looks up to Leo, but who's learning at the same pace he is, and that might not lead to Kevin destroying himself. My bad if I'm training, and I hope we get a wait. Oh, you said you're aim training, like PC or like PC aim training or like IRL aim training. And I hope we get a Sabito Black Ice Showcase. Facts. The fight continues for Kirito and Yukiko, whether one of them dies or one of them leaves, however you want it to end. Then we can move into the flashback that properly explains Vayal and Sabito's interaction, right? Okay, so you said yep, but I technically gave two options. So I'm assuming you mean PC aim training. There it is. Oh, there's the clarification. Oh, my nigga's a Vinci a nerd. That nigga's a nerd. You must play Valorant, huh? You must play Valorant, huh? I think I saw a clip one time of somebody doing that PC aim labs thingy and then going onto Valorant. I really hope it was Valorant and then just kind of going crazy. I was like, damn, that's what muscle memory does. That's the same way. Y'all know Phase Banks? Apex? Oh my gosh, you still play Apex Legends? That properly explains what the hell are we doing here? Y'all ever seen that clip of FaZe Banks remembering all the spawn trap locations in Modern Warfare 2? What if Tevin and Shay swapped roles? Wait, hold on. Shay, Naruto. Wait, Shay Sasuke. Tevin's Naruto. Then we would just have, I don't know. That'd be weird. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Aim training because I only play ever so often. Bro said, let me train my aim for a game I don't even play that much." What do you play often then? Like, what is the normal game rotation? Explains Vayal and Sabito's interaction, right? And the fundamentals is behind. Okay, so you're trying to catch yourself up. I understand. That still definitely brings up the same question I have though. So wait, are you aim training the actual like aim labs, or are you aim training in the game itself? Like you just actually shooting around in the training area in Apex? Vayal and Sabito's interaction, right? And the reason I would do it like that is because flashbacks during a fight are very disruptive. If you do little, but okay, I'm probably gonna connect this right here and then switch gears and go to Kagurabachi typing. I'm gonna drink some water though. Okay, how far did we get? How far did we get in? Okay. How far did we get? That's about halfway. It's about halfway. That's about half. Let me see. Probably like a little bit more than half. Okay, decent 2 hours. Decent 2 hours. I might even be able to finish this one off stream. That's an RDC reference. I might be able to finish this off stream. Okay. Oh, I didn't press play. Okay, so I'm actually gonna move these up. Move these. Oh, that didn't go where I wanted to. Hold on, let me go back. Move these up and go here. After all that editing, before I edit the rest, the video is still sitting at an hour runtime. Shit's for sure gonna be like 45 to 50 minutes, bro. I play all sorts of games. My PC aim just needs work because I only get to play on weekends. That's a working man. I understand. I know I renamed this video. I don't know why they keep changing it like I didn't. Oh, I'm gonna update CapCut later. Okay, so now that we have that, let me go ahead and go to docs. Go over here. Open up docs again. Scroll down, go here. Go to this as well. Go to the notes, scroll down. Go to Kagurabachi through Manga Katana. And then we scroll down to, I guess, I'll do like chapter, I'll just do chapter 50, like 2 or 3 or something, but I don't think I'm gonna need those chapters in that moment for what I'm writing right now. Okay. Need a good stretch. Okay. Switching gears. Oh. Let's go to back to monitor screen, turn off CapCut, turn on background music. Yeah. Okay, so let me reread this back. Let me actually ignore. I should have added that to my dictionary. Wait, rolling too much on the N10s. Oh yeah, on N10's abilities. Yeah, okay. Okay, so yesterday I reread this, but let me read it again. The second instance comes when Chihiro encounters a member of the Hishaku known as Hirohiko, an 18-year-old boy the same age as Chihiro who has experienced bloodshed the same way Chihiro has. This is highly relevant because he and Chihiro have taken lives before they were even that age, and because of this, Hirohiko directly thinks he and Chihiro are peers and could be friends. Chihiro, after hearing this information, doesn't want to be equated with Hirohiko directly, saying, "Don't you dare equate me with you and your heinous deeds." And after this, Hirohiko says they are equals and disappears suddenly. The reason Chihiro feels the way he does in that moment is because he feels the Hishaku take lives needlessly, since they don't technically. I really do need to change this because this isn't technically accurate. I should more so say they take lives for different reasons. Um, the reason Chihiro feels this way is because I should say he knows. I should say he knows he and the Shaku take lives for different reasons. And then we could still leave in this sentence right here. And someone like Hirohiko makes an intentional mockery of the lives he takes, as seen in chapter 48 and 49, where he kills the bodyguards that were originally guarding Uruha, and then brings them to the train station with the direct reasons of figuring Uruha wanted to say a proper goodbye, which is actually a lie, since he wanted the sight of their bodies to cause Uruha to lose his cool and charge in for an attack, which plays directly into what Hirohiko wants, that being Uruha's death. Chihiro, on the other hand, takes lives for his own protection or for the protection of others. Because he knows he and the Hishaku take lives for different reasons. Yeah, okay. I think that still fits. Takes lives for his own protection or for the protection of others, which we see in chapter 49 as well, since his job at the moment is to protect Uruha, which he says himself, and this is the reason he defeats the adversaries in front of him. Yet, from Hirohiko's perspective, why they kill doesn't matter, as to the average person, they are both monsters, and this is something he seeks to prove. Okay, I think this better fits for what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. When Chihiro catches up to where Hirohiko is in chapter 52, he is seen crashing through the ceiling of a theater where a play is being observed. When the audience witnesses Chihiro and the bodies that fell with him, they get up and run with panicked and scared expressions. In the next chapter, after Hirohiko uses the audience as hostages, one of them smacks against Chihiro's backside, panicking and saying stay away. And right after, Chihiro remembers Hirohiko's statement about the average person seeing him as a monster. This is the truth Hirohiko wishes for Chihiro to understand, that regardless of intent, once the public sees you take a life, they can label you as a monster, a threatening force, and as something to steer clear of. Yet what Hirohiko doesn't know is that at the moment he attacks Chihiro, Chihiro is thinking back to a conversation he had with Samura, where he says after taking a life he could feel himself becoming a monster, and that regardless of him wielding an enchanted blade to save everyone, that is not something Chihiro should aspire to. When the memory fades and Chihiro reflects a little more on what his father and Samura have said, he acknowledges that he is going down the same path as them. And right after he deals with Hirohiko, he says verbatim, "The first time I killed a person, I accepted that I'm a monster." This means that from the time Chihiro first used his enchanted blade and until this very moment, he has understood he is no longer like... That's supposed to say the... I don't know why it says that. The average person. This may all be well and true, yet it still took Chihiro facing someone of similar age and mindset and reflecting back on Samura's words, a man who understands that he is a monster as well, for Chihiro to properly accept that he is no longer like the regular citizens of Japan. With him even acknowledging this at the end of his fight with Hirohiko, saying the people around them are nothing like them. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I have to read back what I wrote so that I can properly continue the following points. The final instance comes when Chihiro faces another member of the Hishaku known as Kuguri. At the start of chapter 64, we see a flashback of a conversation Chihiro has with the leader of the Masumi, Ro. The main point of the conversation is Chihiro pointing out himself that he is weak, that he is not skilled with the sword, and that he's been relying too much on Enten's abilities. I think this might be one of the better sections in this part of the video. I think if I had to rank them, I'd probably put this one first or second, then the Sojo one second or first, and then the previous one I just read. All these things resulted in a skill gap that inevitably led to Hakuri having to push more of and sacrifice himself, which in turn led him to a state where his neural pathways that govern sorcery are damaged. To overcome this and ensure the situation doesn't continue to get worse because of Chihiro's weakness, he and Ro acknowledge that he needs to hone his swordsmanship to achieve greater heights with his enchanted blade. Chihiro's fight with Kuguri is the start of that progression. When they first clash, Kuguri calls Chihiro's level of mastery garbage, and adds that his lines of attack are out of whack with his spirit energy. This is relevant because it directly shows the skill gap between an experienced and inexperienced sword fighter. Oh, I thought my phone was vibrating. As an experienced sword fighter can skillfully circulate spirit energy to their sword to generate powerful swordsmanship, which we see in the prior chapter, as Kuguri is able to effortlessly cleave through a bus that was passing by. Even though Chihiro was just talked down on, he says he'll learn proper swordplay in this battle, which Kuguri doesn't like, telling Chihiro not to be arrogant and that if he can't respect the sword, not to use it. He then blows past Chihiro to focus on his actual job related to Samura's daughter. As the distance between Chihiro and Kuguri grows farther, Chihiro is forced to pause and acknowledge that he is paying the price of relying on his enchanted blade too much. As if he had a better understanding of spirit energy, he would be able to circulate it through his body better and use the superhuman agility that comes with that to catch up to Kuguri. He then acknowledges that Kuguri is right and says he cannot expect to master higher levels of swordplay overnight. We are then told through narration that while Chihiro's technique is rough, over 3 years of battle he's honed his talent and built a physical foundation. And the only thing he lacks is a role model, or in other words, someone he can imitate. We are also told that due to Chihiro's lack of skill, he is restricted to only being able to pour his spirit energy into kata, which is the foundation of any martial art. With all of these things told to the reader and understood by Chihiro himself, he chooses to imitate the one style he has seen twice now that will not only build up the foundations of his swordsmanship, but help him achieve his current goal of catching up to Kuguri, which is really good writing, by the way. And that is the Eye White Purity style, a style that entails building up spirit energy and containing it in the scabbard. The energy then releases explosively when you draw the sword, culminating in extreme speed, which is exactly what occurs when Chihiro begins to unsheath his blade. Okay, so after I read this, and this, I will say, to truly understand what this section is supposed to mean for Chihiro's character, I want to rehash and close out the original point, which is self-reflection. Okay, so I'll say each person Chihiro faces in some form or fashion causes him to reflect in some way. Okay, oh, actually, I don't need to scroll up. I'll just say his fight with Sojo. I think I'll just directly say this right here. His fight with Sojo. Did I say forces? Causes? I think I want to say forces. Sojo forces. Wait, Sojo fight changes his view on things, aka things aren't as black and white as they seem to be before. Okay. His fight with Sojo forces his outlook on things to change, making him understand, wow, that was bad, understand that things are not as black and white as he may have thought them to be. His fight with Hirohiko allows him to, I don't want to say reaffirm. Oh, actually I do. I should say reaffirm and accept what he, reaffirms what he already accepted he was. I might have some tacos tomorrow. What kind of tacos? We talking birria tacos, chicken tacos? We talking regular carne, you know, regular meat, beef tacos? Like, what are we talking? Like steak tacos? Like, it's a variety of proteins you can put in between that flour and corn shell. I'm black, so I'm a big fan of chicken. No racial. But black people make tacos just different from, you know, how everybody else makes tacos. Regular meat. Okay, he hitting it with the ground beef. You know, I've been really enjoying salsa verde lately. Like, we get the I forgot what brand it is, but we get like the mild taco sauce to like pour on the tacos, right? But I think for like a couple months, my mom has been getting salsa verde as well, and it's just fire to me, bro. Like, I just love salsa verde. Just finished eating fried catfish nuggets. We up. Okay, so everybody's eating exotic meals, and I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner. Good for you guys. I'm not jealous at all. His fight with Hirohiko allows him to affirm and accept. I'm not sure if that's what to say. He says reaffirms what he already accepted he was. I'm black, so I love chicken, no racial. His fight with Hirohiko allows him to affirm and accept what I want to say the path he is going down and who he is becoming as a result of it. And I'll say his fight with Kuguri. Yeah, this one's actually shorter than the other one. So his fight with Kuguri, I should say, shows his weakness in relation to others and forces him to grow. His fight with Kuguri shows his weakness in relation to others and forces him to grow. Okay, I want to say. I want to say each fight and character may have its purpose, but Chihiro himself is able to come out. I don't like that. Each fight and character may have its purpose. I think I should flip that, so I should say each character and fight may have its purpose. But Chihiro... Oh, I should say, but they can't have a lasting effect on Chihiro if he himself did not reflect and look inward when it came to what each fight and character may have its purpose, but they can't have a lasting effect on Chihiro if he himself did not reflect and look inward when it came to I guess maybe what the characters were saying or what the situations surrounded. I think I want to say what the characters were saying when it came to what the opposing characters were saying to him. Yes. I think I like this. This is a good close. Okay, so to truly understand what this section is supposed to mean for Chihiro's character, I want to rehash and close out the original point. Each person Chihiro faces in some form or fashion causes him to reflect in some way. His fight with Sojo forces his outlook on things to change, making him understand that things are not as black and white as he may have thought them to be. His fight with Hirohiko allows him to affirm and accept the path he is going down, and I think it's supposed to say who he is becoming as a result of it. His fight with Kugri shows his weakness in relation to others and forces him to grow. Each fight and character may have its purpose, but they can't have a lasting effect on Chihiro if he himself did not reflect and look inward when it came to what the opposing characters were saying to him. And then I'll add a personal aspect, and this is what I like about Chihiro's character. He is almost always looking inward, allowing himself room to better understands the world around him and who he is. He's almost always looking inward, allowing himself room to better understand the world around him and who he is. And then I may take it further and say, Kagurabachi is fiction, but this aspect of Chihiro's character can be applied to ourselves. Hold up. He is fiction. Fiction. Wait, there's an A right there. There it is. Bachi is fiction. But this aspect of Chihiro can be applied to ourselves. Allowing us to better grow as individuals. That's fire. I like that. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I think that's good. Okay. One more tab. Back. Okay, so we just did basically, we finished up this entire section more or less. Right now we're sitting at a pretty, fuck man, 1919 words, or 1919, yeah, 1919 words. Wow, that's by itself like 9 to 10 minutes, probably like 8 to 9 minutes of video time. So that gives you an idea of like how long this section might be. This might be anywhere from, depending on how I do this next session, this might be I want to say maybe like 16, maybe like 16 minutes max, just this section, depending on how I do this next one. I think I want to say like this. Say, maybe I should scroll this up. Though Chihiro himself notes his over-reliance on Enten's abilities, right? Over-reliance on Enten's abilities. And the story also corroborates the physical foundation he has built up. Or maybe I should say narration. Yeah, I didn't think I spelled that right. I don't think I've ever actually spelled that word before. The physical foundation he has built up using the intent. Using the intent. Another aspect of the hero's character that stands out Another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is maybe I should say I want to say his capacity to learn, maybe, or like his growth while using the N10, or yeah, maybe like a mix of both. Another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is his another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is his, maybe I should say, capacity for growth. Is that a good one? What do they say? I should have went to chapter 64. Let's go to chapter 64. Because just wait for it to load. Oh, he says my compatibility with N10 is perfect. I don't know. It also says I've been using my enchanted blade for longer than them, and then so go back up. Oh, you know what? I think I should say it like this. Okay, another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is his growing understanding of how to use his enchanted blade. Yeah, I should have just said it like that from the jump. How to use his enchanted blade. I might have to go to like the earlier chapters because I don't think he copies me. Actually, even in the earlier chapters, yeah. Okay. Okay. And they have to do it like this. So, the heroes. Three signature abilities. Hero. Now let me actually pull up the wiki Loki. And then the wiki's already using his anime model. That's hilarious. I know the scaling for Ordeal is wonky, but you should do a scaling video pre-season 3. I don't want to. Because I already talked about my issues with the scaling in the review. It doesn't feel right to then and I've already discussed in like kind of various areas how I feel about the scaling in various areas. And then I did that video with Nara about, like conflict scaling and how individual character scaling collides with how much battle area is actually used. I don't feel the need to do a video like that, right? And then I don't want, for that subject, I don't want, this is what I'm looking for, abilities. I don't want to talk about the scaling and then have it kind of change by the next time we see the series, right? If that makes sense. Oh, he really does manifest the goldfish each time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I especially because I did the scaling and like my entire problem with it in the review. I've already on the channel basically addressed how I feel about season 3 scaling as a whole. And then I also looked at various aspects of it. I didn't just look at like Kimyo related scaling, I looked at human related scaling, and then I looked at minute aspects of Kimyo related scaling in terms of speed and healing. And then I also and then I also looked at what was it? Shade scaling, right? So I feel more comfortable doing a scaling related video, and that's why I haven't really done a ranked character video for the wolf cubs that I did in like I did before season 3, because it feels more obvious, I guess. And then on top of that, I kind of already ranked them in a past stream where I ranked just a whole bunch of characters and put them in different tiers. So and there's like different aspects of scaling that are like kind of relevant, where I think I said it in, I'm not sure if I said it in the review or the video I did with Nara, where the sort of restrictional aspect of character destruction is also relevant. So like Shay's seemingly not trying to destroy the Colosseum that he's fighting Rajani in, whereas he just doesn't care what he destroys chapters prior, right? Which is its own thing. And then I've also talked about like planetary-esque scaling when it comes to like Vatic and Shay, because of Vadic's own statement, you know? So like I've already kind of discussed how I feel about scaling in like various areas. I don't feel the need to create another video and, you know, remake a script for that subject again, right? Especially if come season 4, by its end, the scaling is a lot better and it at least makes a lot more sense in certain areas, right? Because like, let's just say like we technically haven't even seen a country be destroyed. So let's just say, you know, one state in like let's for whatever reason Texas is just obliterated in season 4 for whatever reason, right? Whole state, whether the surface of it is just destroyed or the whole like most of its section is just gone, right? And then we get to like chain scale and see how those characters who were either involved in that or how somehow relate to those characters through statements fight later, right? And they might not need to destroy all of that area, right? That same sort of surface area. So there's just things like that. So, and then we also have to think about who will actually get a chance to fight, right? Because that matters when it comes to scaling too, because Kofi and Konos' fight should have been grander in terms of what is destroyed and where they are, but that same thing, in my opinion, doesn't really need to apply to Sonya and Kirito, especially because Kirito's a kid. He might not have that sort of grander thinking in terms of how he wants to display his abilities, or maybe he does, right? But just comparing the two combatants to the two combatants, it makes sense for Kofi's scale to be larger when fighting Konos, whereas it makes sense for Kirito and Sonya's scale to be smaller, right? So these are the things I kind of want fixed and looked at when we move and see things in season 4, because I want the same way we can have large planetary and potential planetary level feats in Dragon Ball, and then we understand that the characters are consistently controlling what they want or what they can and what they will destroy, right? I want that for Ordeal, right? Because we're moving in this realm where we have Shay able to output large amounts of power when controlled and when uncontrolled, right? But we need to see the circumstances revolving around why certain things are being destroyed or why they're not being destroyed, right? I want to be able to, like, again, like I said in the review, if Jose is a Gaki, I should say base Gaki base character, when he uses his transformation, why is he only threatening to destroy a city? Why isn't he just threatening to destroy a country? Or why isn't he threatening to destroy so much of landmass in general? That just scales him a lot better because of the title he should have and the form he's in. And then Shay supersedes that by cutting him in half and cutting the moon in half on top of that, right? But then we go Shay versus Rajani, where yes, Shay is nerfed because his chi is being diminished and dwindled, but at the same exact time, he still can destroy the building. He's just choosing not to, right? I think it would have been a little bit better if he personally acknowledged that, but also maybe Ilios acknowledged that, but also maybe Rajani acknowledged that. And then the building just collapses anyway. So even if characters are trying to restrain what they can destroy, their fight naturally just causes destruction, which we kind of see with Rokash in season 1, right? He and Shay's fight, or I should say all the Cubs fight in season 1, just kind of sprawl out and end up doing damage, right? But now we're wondering, 1, how much damage can they actually do? And 2, not necessarily where it caps out at, but when do personal matters come into play, right? Because we could have had somebody like Bjorn actually nearly destroy most of Greenland, and he actually protect everybody on that space, right? But we only see him cover the soldiers, and we don't see him do damage to the environment, but we see him do direct damage to Vale instead, right? So, I just want the scaling to more better match the statements, or like I guess the feats to more better match the statements. Because regardless of what's destroyed and what's not destroyed, if the situation calls for it or doesn't, we can make it make sense, right? But we're at the very least, we're seeing feats and we're seeing these levels that properly match what the characters should be at, right? Their implied potency and destructive capacity, right? Would they eventually start reaching Galaxy to Universal? I think Brent at some point said he wanted to get them to like Galaxy or Galactic or something like that. I guess in theory they could, in theory, but I don't want them to. I think it takes away from the story, because that's like an issue with scaling, because if they can do that much damage, now it's why aren't they doing that much damage normally, and then why doesn't that damage relate to what we see, right? And then again, you have to ask, are they controlling their power? And if not, how are they actually on that level, right? Because in Dragon Ball, we've seen Frieza start to destabilize the planet, but we've also seen him destroy a planet, right? Same thing with King Vegeta. We've seen King Vegeta wave his hand and destroy 3 planets. We've heard multiple statements of, if that was too close to the Earth, it would have been destroyed, right? So we already understand the Dragon Ball characters are on that planetary level, and even above, where we have Goku and Beerus punching each other and their fists clash so hard that it echoes throughout the entire universe, a universe that's bigger than our own, according to some guidebooks, right? Or we have Gogeta fighting Broly, and they can fight so insanely that it breaks reality and puts them in another dimension altogether before they can come back into reality, right? So you kind of can have that, but it just has to make sense, and it has to be used appropriately, right? And it has to, I guess I just said just say scaled properly, right? There has to be some sort of mention of I'm trying not to do this much damage, or I'm cleared to do this much. Like, if it would be so amazing if we got a statement from Kofi that basically says I'm trying to restrict the damage I actually do to Arizona, and then in season 4 they're basically like, you have free reigns to do it and cause as much damage as need to get the job done. That would be so fire, because then we can actually see these higher levels and levels of destruction that the characters should be at without there basically being a cause for concern, which would be fire. And that's also why I said in the video I did with Nara how you can have these higher level feats in the ocean or in the sky, right? You can have these battles and these clashes, and you can have them break the atmosphere or disrupt the atmosphere, or cause certain levels of the ocean's terrain to be, disrupted and destroyed, right? It just has to make sense, right? And right now the scaling, the way it is, doesn't make the most sense. We have, and then a really big issue is not that it doesn't make sense, it's that not all the characters who should be strong feel strong. Not all the characters who are supposed to be the strongest have gotten a chance to show why they are on that level, which is a big problem. We see and understand why Frieza is this grand threat, because he can blow up Planet Vegeta when he's younger casually, right? And nobody up until Goku goes Super Saiyan can even contend with that level of power, even though King Vegeta was able to wave his hand and destroy 3 planets, right? We understand why Boo is a grand threat, because at some point over time he can destroy the entire universe, probably clearing out every planet at some capacity, right? And then it takes what? How did they beat Boo? Was it the Spirit Bomb? Regardless, the various levels that Boo goes through, it takes like 3 different things, like, to get the characters to that same level, right? To match the threat. But then we understand that the threat is stronger than the last one by some metric or some means, right? And then we look at Cell and the androids. So Frieza was a grand threat. Goku was able to match that power. Goku comes back, Frieza shows up, and then we have Trunks casually turning Super Saiyan and dealing with Frieza and his father, right? The scaling goes up, but it makes sense in accordance to the situation, because Trunks comes back warning them about the androids antagonists stronger than even Frieza, right? And then we get Perfect Cell, or Cell, a being who can grow in strength and who's stronger than even the androids through absorption of them, stronger than Frieza, right? So we're seeing the scale of villain rise as the power level rises in Dragon Ball as well. Whereas in Ordeal, it's not, it's like it's the same, but it's different at the same time, because I guess the destruction threat doesn't necessarily match the villain threat, if that makes sense. Because at the end of season 2, Kevin separates 2 stars. And then season 3, Shay splits the moon. We understand why Shay couldn't do that in season 2, and we understand why Kevin needed to be away at the end of season 2 so that he couldn't interfere in the fight. But now we're wondering, okay, if these characters have this level of power, when are they going to get a chance to display it visually for us to see? And how are the characters that are supposed to relate to them able to combat them, right? It's like it's the same with Dragon Ball, but it's different. And I use Dragon Ball because as an example because the scale stays relatively in air quotes consistent because it constantly goes up, right? We and even if you want to go all the way back to actual Dragon Ball, and I say Dragon Ball, but I really mean Dragon Ball Z. But if you want to go all the way back to Dragon Ball, Goku is like he goes from like car level to mountain level. I think Master Roshi and Piccolo both destroy the moon at some point. So, and then so like the threat level steadily increases at that smaller range as well. But the power matches the threat level, right? And then we get to Dragon Ball Z, where Raditz is threatening the planets, and Goku and Piccolo are just barely strong enough to defeat Raditz. But then Vegeta and Nappa are stronger than Raditz, and then so like it's the level of characters increase. However, the level of destruction hasn't fully been a precedence, hasn't fully been a precedence until we understand that Vegeta, or not Vegeta, Frieza destroyed an entire planet, and basically nobody at the time can defeat him. Like, he's a really big problem. And then we see he's able to display enough power to destabilize Namek's Earth core. I'm pretty sure Namek is bigger than Earth, if I remember correctly. If it's not, and they're the same size, it kind of doesn't matter. He's able to destabilize the core of a planet, which is a feat in and of itself, right? But again, I say all that to say that the power level in Dragon Ball steadily grows until it kind of reaches a point where the numbers that we're introduced to are arbitrary, yet the level that characters are at are consistently matching what they should be. Goku, when he gets God Ki, is matching a weakened, suppressed, semi but not fully trying Beerus, with their punches being able to shake the universe, right? The freaking Kais are feeling the ramifications and impact of their clashing punches, right? But you get it. And then we have Ordeal, where the characters are about building city block level, such and such and such and such. Rokash is supposed to be rank 50, but we don't even know what the level of rank 50 can actually do at max, in terms of other characters. And I guess that's another issue when it comes to scaling is, and I think I've kind of been saying this subtly, is does the level the character is at match the other level of characters, right? Basically. More or less, right? I feel like I've been subtly saying that the entire time, right? But even if we want to take Kagurabachi as an example of scaling. The scale for this series is more or less set, right? We know the characters can cut through buildings, right? Cut through vehicles. And that's more or less where it caps out at. I think you might kind of get them to like very, very small island level, right? Depending on how you want to scale the Sword Master, right? Very, very small island level. But then even he has an ability that's just crazy. But the reaction speeds, and you would need for one of his abilities is crazy as well. But Kagurabachi does a good job of kind of keeping the scaling grounded in relation to what the characters can do, right? So, look at an example. And I know I'm supposed to be typing, but this is a pretty important and relevant conversation. Like we see here, in the previous chapter, he cut this bus in half, right? But we see the characters clash, and then where is it at? The distance between them is pretty large. But Chihiro's able to use this circulating energy to get there in a near instant, right? The scale is relatively consistent for what we're seeing what the characters are able to do, right? And then we have little caveats and little notes of things like, you know, Chihiro's not able to circulate his energy the same way this dude is, yet and still he can use a technique that allows him to at least get the burst of speed he needs to achieve the goal he wants, right? Right? It doesn't feel like the precedents for the characters are set so high before we actually get a chance to see what they can actually do. That's where Brant fucked up. He set the level high and then didn't really display that level consistently. Whereas Dragon Ball and Kagurabachi doesn't set a set precedence for what the characters should be able to do. The story allows the scaling to be set itself in a way that properly matches the story more or less, right? You can say Dragon Ball scaling is iffy, but Kagurabachi is a better example because at no point are we sort of guessing what certain characters should be capable of in relation to others. We're constantly seeing it in action because of how the story is set up, right? Especially because they're already fighting, you know, human or superhuman level characters. But then again, like I said, we see this guy. Oh, well, wait, where is it at? Nope, nope, too far. Up here, cut through the bus. You know, Chihiro can somewhat just barely match him in skill. And then again, he's able to do this technique, increasing his speed, right? Brent fucked up by setting the precedence for the stronger characters very high and then not showing that level consistently among those characters. Kagurabachi, in better written and scaled stories, doesn't necessarily set the precedence high and allows the story to show what the characters can do on its own, or it does set a precedence for what the characters can do and then it consistently shows what those characters can do at that level. It doesn't set a false narrative, right? If the god tier are continental level individuals, the question should be, in relation to the story, how close can we get to continental levels of destruction without basically us wondering, do we have to destroy a continent to actually prove that they're that level, right? More or less, right? Whereas Brent could have steadily upscaled the series, slow but steady, and then got to that continental level, right? Or, yeah, I guess that's better, because even having Kevin pull 2 stars apart, it's just crazy, because how do we get even Vayal or Thanatos to that same level of power, right? What do you have to do to display or imply that they're that same level of power without just having them do a very similar feat, which is nearly impossible because there's no other stars that they could pull apart, right? You would basically have to say an attack that a certain character creates can do that same thing, or it replicates that same sort of phenomenon to make a black hole. But then that would already come into question of like how strong the Earth is, and it's just a whole bunch of hoopla that I hardly care about, if I'm being honest with you. But in all close, Brent needs to properly assert the level that the characters are at consistently. If Kevin can pull stars apart, can the Gaki should be able to pull stars apart as well. I don't know how, but he's gonna have to show how they compete and how they compare, right? Right? If the Gaki, or if the Gati are continental, he's gonna have to give a better implication of how all the characters on that level are continental, right? I don't want to be like, I don't want to say that we really need a continent to be destroyed for us to justify that they're on that level, but we kind of do. Like, I think Antarctica or a large, massive Antarctica, or like Australia, right? Or, you know, some of North America, like one of the continents or some of these larger areas may need to have some sort of destruction to at least showcase that they're on that level. Like, season 4 might just have to be a season where the villains get to flexing. I agree, bro. Cause, and that's why I kind of mentioned in the review, but I'll get back to that, the point I'm about to make in a second. I'm not really too big on like a One Piece scaling, but a good showcase for the level of characters that some of the characters are at, or like would be Akainu or Akainu, however you want to pronounce it, and Aokiji, and how their fight lasted, I think, 10 days, and they permanently altered the weather conditions of the island they fought on, right? Now, regardless of how big you want to scale that island to be, the fact that they are able to exert enough energy to permanently sustain that alteration is a crazy level. And anybody on their level and compared to them in any capacity is directly scaled to them properly because of something like that. You can even do the pacifistas and how before the time skip, you know, the characters are barely able to dodge these laser beams, but Luffy comes back and he's able to dodge them by weaving his head confidently, right? So, and then like I was gonna say before, what we could have had Shay and Thanatos' interaction be is some sort of Shay wielding his grand power, going to attack Thanatos, and Thanatos actually displaying a level of power, right? Thanatos actually displaying the sort of grander above God tier level of power that he's at now, right? And because of that, Shay's attack directly destroys a large area, whether it be a continent, whether it be a portion of the ocean, you know, whatever. But then we can kind of scale how big this area actually is that Shay permanently destroyed or altered in some grand way, right? And that would show you, okay, at the barest of minimums, these two characters are directly at the level that Brent said the GT were at in season 2, right? So then you kind of want to do that for more characters. You don't have to do it for every character. You don't have to do it for every fight. You just have to do it when it makes the most sense to, right? And that's why I said, like earlier, it would be really cool if Code sadly had to give the authorization for, by any means necessary, take out your opponent, right? And then we see somebody like Minamoto, Abijah, like even a GT level Tevin causing just large scale destruction for a country or multiple countries, or, you know, a continent's worth of landmass to actually finish the fight, right? To get the job done, right? But Code authorized it, right? And they just had to kind of evacuate those areas, right? Or, you know, it's sad, niggas are gonna die, bro. Like, I'm sorry, like bystanders are gonna die in these type of stories. So it just is what it is, right? There can be a coordinated effort for these type of things, but I think Africa is one of the bigger continents, so, you know, we could even say that, you know, their countries are a lot bigger as well. So even if like a lot of the African countries are destroyed in season 4, you could say you can add that to the scale as well. But where Brent simply messed up was by setting a precedent and then not properly matching it and then exceeding it for a small select few of characters, instead of simply setting a precedent and then letting more of your characters match that precedent, or not setting a precedence at all and then allowing you to just simply tell your story and the level of destruction that these characters can cause naturally, right? Which is more or less what I do when I write. And then after reading creators, I guess we aren't at a grander point that I can make a better comparison, but the scale at the current level of characters that we are following is lower, right? It's gonna get bigger because I've already been shown like how far up in scale that some of the characters can reach, or I guess the strongest of strong characters have reached. But the scale we're following for those characters is relatively low. So, but what he does is he allows the writing to naturally fit what is happening for the fights, right? Right. You know, there isn't a insanely set precedence. The only precedence is that simply certain characters are stronger than certain characters because of their rank, their grade rank. Fair, right? That's fair. That's like saying certain people are smarter than other people because of their graded rank. Duh, right? That's vague, but it still sets a normal precedence within proper means, right? Before we get into specific number specifics in this character's lightning and this character's light, or this character's subsonic or supersonic, or this character can destroy a city, this character can destroy a town, this character is a few city blocks, this character can destroy a country, right? We're not there yet for his story, but at the very least, the vagueness still allows for the subtle growth in scale to go up as the story goes, right? That's where Brent messed up, and I'm not saying I have every answer for that, because I feel like it's kind of it might just be a lose-lose situation. He just might have to bite the bullet at some point, but you know, he's gonna have to rework it. And I think the most he can do is just make the base level or the max level that we kind of have, which would be Continental in my opinion, more consistent. I definitely think he messed up by going beyond that, but we're already past it, so it doesn't really there's nothing we can do, right? There's nothing we can do. We're already past it. But what he's gonna have to do, he might have to do more like planetary feats through like aftershocks, or I think another like really good example, if you know you wanted to say Okeanos couldn't control his own water, it would have been a crazy feat for him to pull water from Neptune, right? To show how grand his actual scale actually is, right? Or you can have and it might fuck up the solar system, but you know, you can have one of the characters miss an attack, or in the attack, unbeknownst to basically everybody on the planet, you know, even if they're trying to control their destruction, the attack potency is still so high that it shoots out of the Earth's atmosphere, which is a feat in of itself, and reaches all the way to one of the, you know, bigger planets in our solar system, right? Maybe it destroys Jupiter, or maybe it's able to just extend all the way to like Pluto or something, right? And I only suggest that because Brent has already used the celestial bodies as a reference point, right? He's already used stars to scale the characters. He's already used the moon to scale the character. So now we can do that same thing in areas that it makes sense. Like, it would be crazy, but you can have Reed at a low angle shoot, have Rye freaking chi bullet shot pierce such and such character, pierce through the moon, pierce through another planet, so on and so forth, right? At least the attack potency can match that, right? But I digress. Because I rambled about this for too long. And now there's just another place that exists on the internet where I've rambled about ordeal scaling. So, but you get the idea, man. You get the idea. I'm gonna have to find where in this stream where I start that tangent so I can section it off, and if anybody wants to rewatch that section back. Okay. Another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is his growing understanding of how to use his enchanted blade. Chihiro's enchanted blade has three signature abilities. Kuro, hmm. He says, but I love this yap session. Well, LOL. I think another good example of just scaling, like universally for the series, is like Avatar: The Last Airbender. It never goes past what makes sense, and it never feels well, except for maybe in Korra, but that's its own thing. But in Avatar: The Last Airbender, it never feels like it goes past what makes sense for the characters. Um, and it never feels too little either. And then what's really good about Avatar: The Last Airbender is the same way Sozin uses Sozin's comet to destroy the air nomads was the same thing that Ozai was going to use to destroy the Earth Kingdom, right? And then on top of that, so the mentality is already a sort of set precedence for those characters. But then on top of that, we start to see we get a small example of what it actually is like to be a firebender under Sozin's comet's influence, and how they were actually able to completely decimate an entire nation, 1/4 in air quotes of the population through this amp, right? And then we also see other examples like Iroh, that other firebender, a part of the White Lotus, of course, Ozai, Aang when he uses firebending. And then we also see another good scaling example is I'll just say Fire Lord Ozai Common Amped versus fully realized, or maybe not fully realized, but Avatar State Aang, right? And how a strong firebender under Sozin's Comet's influence can somewhat contend with an avatar in their avatar state, right? I think Avatar does a good job of scaling the characters in terms of what makes the most sense and what feels entirely possible, right? And then it kind of takes it further in certain areas where it just makes a little bit more sense for certain characters to be able to do certain things, maybe like Korra or the Avatar movie that came out that I won't spoil, right? It just like makes sense for certain instances, right? Because certain characters are prodigies and certain characters can do other things or capable of things that others aren't. It just makes sense, right? Um, wait, so sorry that I have you doing everything but typing. You're funny. It's okay. It's okay. W stream, W streamer. I'm trying to keep my durag on, but it's getting a little irritating. Okay, Kuro. I'm trying to figure out how I want to paraphrase the wiki's words. I don't know if I want to say summons or manifest. I need to look at an example of him using Kuro earlier on. Okay, this is Nishiki. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think it's chapter. What do I have in my notes? 17. Let's go to chapter 17. Because at the end he uses Kuro there. Okay, now I think it's chapter 9. Let's try and confirm that. I think it's chapter 9. Okay, yeah, N10 versus Cloud Gouger. Trying to see if he uses Kuro in this fight, but I don't think he does. That's Nishiki. And that's Nishiki again. Okay. Okay. But it does cover his blade in a black liquid. I don't know if it covers his arm in a black liquid. I'm not sure about that one. I don't know where a good example of that happening is. Oh, so yeah, okay, so the blade is covered in a black liquid. Maybe his hand? It definitely was his also his arm. Oh, well, he's actually wearing a glove here. Oh, wait, no. He hasn't. No, he's not. He was, so it definitely is covering his hand here, but I don't think I want to mention that. Hmm. I'd say the liquid is the slash. Wait, you could say the goldfish is a massive energy far greater than what a sorcerer can muster alone. The enchanted blade amplifies the spirit energy inside a person. It whips it into such a hyper-concentrated form that the human body can no longer contain it. Once exposed, it takes this shape. Okay, Kuro word Chihiro. I don't want to be so specific. I could have left that in there. Okay. Is it? Okay, 7. It's supposed to be 7. Okay. The fact that it's Friday is kind of crazy to me, bro. I feel like the days have been in this week have just been flying by so fast. Very glad I stream basically every day this week. Or simply most days this week. Absorb. He's already here. He says red. Yes, it absorbs and seizes ownership. Hmm. I wish I knew what chapter he got hit with flame bone. 41 should help. This is when Aka flame bone. Yeah, see, he gets hit with the attack, but it absorbs anyway. Okay, good. Where Jahiro manifests a red goldfish that allows him to absorb attacks. Nishiki. density spirit energy. Can I click on this or no? Ooh, that would have been good. Where he says exactly where or what Nishiki does when he uses it. Don't think it's that one. Let's just go straight to like 5. Okay, so let's go to 6. Oh wait, do I have it here? No. No, okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. What chapter was I just on? This is chapter 41. No, this can't be chapter 41. What does it say? Chapter 4, okay. I'm trying to see if he uses Nishiki here. Because what's his name? Shiba is explaining what each ability does to some capacity. So I was trying to see if he does it for Nishiki as well. Okay, let me go to maybe 9. And then he's Nishiki. Oh, here it is. Yes, Nishiki is cloaking. It imbues every punch, kick with high intensity spirit energy. Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to confirm what the wiki says. I don't want to just go and take the wiki's word for it verbatim. I want to confirm for myself that that's what the series implies, right? I should say it like this. Okay, that's good right there. So now go to the notes. Okay. Okay, sorry, I was just reading that back. So what I want to say here is okay, wait. So go back. So actually, just open up a new tab. Go back to chapter 4. What is this dude's name? Do we even know his name? Okay, wait. At the very beginning of the series, Chihiro uses these 3 abilities exactly as they are. I can't believe I spelled that so wrong. Let me go, actually, we go here. Ishiki. I saw the background music on. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Never mind. Okay, we even see in this fight with Sojo how Nishiki. Wait. The way he comes around the area, bro. Like he moves through this field like it's nothing. And he carved through the ice like it's nothing as well. One thing I do say, and Frank kind of does this too, is the trail that's used when Chihiro uses Nishiki is very visually appealing. And it allows a clear and concise, I guess, way of showing how fast he's moving, right? Because Obviously, he dashes forward. He strikes him, and he moves so fast that he hits him and then trails off, right? Showing that he's running fast and he can hardly be kept up with, right? But then it also allows the cloaking. Oh, you can't see that. Well, I guess you can. It also allows the cloaking to be a better visual aspect of what it is, since it's literally said to cloak right here. And then we see it trail off of his entire body, right? I like that as well. I mean, Brent does that a little bit, but with like haste users, specifically like Azam and the other one. Hold on, what is his name? Jin. Look, he getting kind of tired, bruh. I used up all my energy from my energy drink. Wait, do I have any more? I throw it all away already. Oh no, I threw it in the bag. I forgot. Throw it in the bag. Throw the bag away. Okay. Okay, so I have the basic uses written down and stated. Okay, so another aspect of Chihiro's character that stands out is his growing understanding of how to use his enchanted blade. And final senses we even see in his first fight with Sojo, how Nishiki amplifies his physical powers, making him hit harder and move faster. Okay. I should say, at different, maybe intervals. And 10. I'll say actively and subconsciously. Oops. Subconsciously better understand how to wield the end, and then I'll go. Then we'll just do it in terms of chapters. So in chapter 15. Yeah, Kuro Shred. Chapter 15, yeah, in chapter 15. We have like 10 minutes left. Maybe do like another 20. We'll see. Okay, at different intervals after this moment, we see Chihiro actively and subconsciously better understand how to wield the N10. In chapter 15, new, not boo, version of N10. Oh, it says Kuro. I'm tripping. Kuro as Kuro Fred. Yeah. In chapter 15, it is stated that Chihiro instinctually creates a new version of Kuro known as Kuro Shred. What do I want to say here? Oh, wait, what do I say in my notes? I think I want to go. You'll be RB. It's all good. I'm not sure if I want to go by technique or chapter order. So like I'm starting with Koro, but should I do all the variations of Koro we see? Or should I do chapter order? I think keeping it more concise would be better. So we do the variations by technique as opposed to chapter order. So new current is Kuro Shred. Wait, where is it? A tiny. Oh yes, school. Tiny Kuro. I should say this is a scattered. Let's copy this for now. Scattered school of Tiny Kuro. And unlike the original that is a single slash of variable size, this is a combination of multiple slashes. Combination of multiple slashes. Combination of multiple slashes. You know, just period right there. Multiple slashes. Combination of multiple slashes. Okay. I like that he's like in a single cut and the narrator's like, no. He's like, no, not in a single cut. That shit kind of funny to me. I don't know why. It just is. Not in a single cut. Something about Kagurabachi just gives like genuine Yakuza vibes. Like, I don't know. Like Japanese movie vibes for real. I don't know. Just different. Just different. Okay. That's crochet. This is a scattered school of Tiny Kuro, and unlike the original that is a single slash of variable size, this is a combination of multiple slashes. Hold on, wait. Okay, so I think I should say because I want to explain, I guess, why it was made, even though it was made instinctively. I want to explain why it was made. So I want to figure out how to say I guess the difference of it, or the added difference of it. So I think I should say, though weaker, it uses the same amount of spirit energy, but allows for more compact and rapid slashes with less strain on the body. Same amount of spirit energy, but allows for more compact and rapid. So maybe stop it here, change it there. But weaker, it uses the same amount of spirit energy. Maybe I should say, this is a combination of multiple slashes. And though it is weaker, it uses the same amount of spirit energy. However, wait, what did it say? Not as strong. In return, it allows for more compact rapid slashes. Commission of enemy attacks in exchange for rapid spirit energy consumption enables high-powered compact swings without taxing the body. Because then he's like, again, I think I said this in. He literally like directs the blade, or in like almost directs the goldfish, as opposed to simply swinging the sword. He directs the blade where he wants it, and the goldfish follow, and then they simply slash multiple times over, cutting directly through him. This is crazy, by the way. And it looks like he doesn't even make it past the door. Just also like a speed feed, a reaction feed. I'm not really sure how to do this next part, I can't lie. Okay, this is a scattered school of tiny crow, and unlike the original that is a single slash of variable size, this is a combination of multiple slashes, and the weaker it uses the same amount of spirit energy. However, it allows for more compact and rapid slashes. Yeah, however. It allows for more compact and rapid slashes with less strain on the body. I guess I'll just explain it after. This by I should say created this. Ravaged body, not ragged body. Ravaged body. Shiro created this as a means of compensating for his ravaged body. Ravaged body. Chihiro created this as a means of compensating for his ravaged body. Normally, I should say doing a more dynamic swing with Kuro was not possible at the time. But with this, he is easily able to direct where the goldfish should cut and get the same effect. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. That's chapter 15. Use true crow shred again for detection. So he first uses it in properly explained in chapter 26. So let's go to chapter 26 and then open chapter 26, and then we should open chapter, I think 53 maybe. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, it's 54 where he explains it. Yeah, you were detecting my location by filling the air with paper. I did the same. I filled the space with goldfish and detected your position as they took over the visual field. Okay, yes. And then chapter 26 simply explains the concept better. I just don't remember where it is. Oh yeah, right here it says, I can also get a general sense of their surroundings. I'll often send them ahead into enemy territory to score or to scope out the area. Okay. So I want to say in chapter, I want to say chapter 53. Honestly, should I just do it earlier? Because it technically does happen earlier. Oh, wait, does it happen in this episode? It does, okay. What a double spread, bro. Still fire. I think I want to use this one because it's a bit more dynamic, so I'll just do it this way. Okay, so here, what time is it? I have like 5 minutes. Okay, get the same effect over here, and I'll say in chapter, let's say in chapter 26, we learn that Chihiro can use gold say the coral goldfish to get a wait. In chapter 26, we learned that Chihiro can use the pearl goldfish to get a general sense of their surroundings. And then he often... Actually, I just want to leave it right there. Surroundings. We see this taken further in chapter 54, or no, 53, where he surrounds himself and Hiruhiko with, I should say, where he fills the area we see this taken further in chapter 53, where he surrounds himself and Hirohiko with many goldfish, with many pearl goldfish, obscuring Hirohiko's vision, but allowing, or I should say, but now allowing, wait. But now allowing Chihiro himself to detect Hirohiko's position. There's supposed to be an R there. Okay, in chapter 26, we learned that Chihiro can use the pearl goldfish to get a general sense of, that's supposed to say there, their surroundings. We see this taken further in chapter 53, where he surrounds himself and Hirohiko with many pearl goldfish, obscuring Hirohiko's vision, but now allowing Chihiro himself to better detect Hirohiko's position. Okay, and then I could go. So this isn't technically a different technique, but actually, what time is it? I'm looking at it off. Yep, okay, I'm gonna end it right here, chat. We didn't make a lot of progress in this part, but it's okay. It's just a slow burn, bro. It's just a lot to go over and a lot to like make sure I really understand. I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here with this stream today. Of course, I'll be back tomorrow for some Elden Ring. I do have the Halic tree completely unlocked. I'm at the first site of grace, so we'll all be able to discover that area together. Okay, even though I've technically already played the game, but that's not the important part, right? Well, the important part is that we can understand and witness it live on stream together, leading all the way to Millennia herself, the Blade of Mikula, who has never known defeat, but when we face her, she shall be put down. With that being said, I'm appreciative of everybody who pulled up, appreciative of the conversations that were had during the stream. Gotta make sure I segment everything properly when the stream fully what's the word? Not uploads. When it finishes doing its thing, right? Um Pretty sure I have a movie to watch at like near 9 o'clock. Uh Y'all make sure y'all have a great weekend. It's Friday, so you know the weekend really starts when the sun goes down. So make sure you start your weekend off nice and right. Mm, After Saturday, we will schedule all of next week's streams, and then we'll see what I'll be doing next week. But of course, we will always be reading along together. Make sure you eat something, make sure you drink something, and just have a nice evening. Y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay truly blessed. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow.